definitely anime. So, and if you see a character that didn't make the list, either I'll say that he or she is grouped in with some other people, or I didn't think they were worth even talking about. Now, it's a lot of characters in One Piece, right? So there can be errors with some like characters that I might not put on the list, but for right now, I don't know how many. Like this is completely unscripted, just from the knowledge I know. So the list is going from I to S because I've done bigger tier lists, or I've done just as big tier lists on like a game like Smite with like 100 something characters in it, and when I just keep it from A to E, it doesn't work out well. So without further ado, let's look at some of the weaker characters in One Piece. I'm actually going to plug in my mouse for this. Alright. If you guys see chat box, until my mod gets back, I'm not going to be able to see what people are saying. Let's go with the weakest characters. This is probably going to be the hardest part, is finding people that are actually like low as hell. I know there were definitely some real bad low ones. Let's start weeding out those people. He's not the lowest. I'm just moving him up just to kind of talk about some of the really weak ones. Yeah, she's kind of on the weaker end. And then we'll talk about what they've done. Yeah, he's low. No, she gets better. Also, I'm talking about them as current as I can. So if they're like not around anymore, I'll talk about them at their best. If they are around, or if they aren't around, or they are still around, I'll talk about them in their most current rendition of themselves. What a mountain, am I right? Where did I just put that guy? This also includes prime of older people. There's anybody that's kind of like weak. I'm trying to find right now so I can just talk about them. Here's one. Here's a couple right here. Chew. Where did I put that guy just now? Oh, here he is. Okay. Momo's kind of weak, yeah. No, those are like Skypians. Because I want to talk about them before I start moving on. Yeah, here we go. Here's some of the lower ones. Anybody in chat? Yeah, what did he say? He said what now? Okay, I already hear the baby noises. I got some really cool ones I want to talk about. We got to get the weak guys out of the way so we can start like talking about like the bigger hitters. I didn't grab just complete fodder. I literally grabbed people that actually did stuff at least some point in the series that are worth noting. Cuz some of these like bosses from early One Piece Luffy had to handle but Zoro couldn't. These aren't all the weak, like they aren't ranked yet. I want to get them all in a layer right now so I can just start talking about them. Where is? There's another one. Is that one? Could have sworn I put another weak one here. Fishmen aren't all weak. It's worth noting. Okay, Big Moms. Oh, here's a guy. Not all of them. I don't remember everybody's name. I just know what they do. I know a lot of their names though. What do you guys think this guy's name is? This guy with the curled lips. What do you think his name is? All right. His name is Chess, and he's from the Drum Kingdom. Like he's one of the king's like henchmen. Chopper's arc. I think that's not everyone down here. I know I'm missing like maybe one. Cause I'm gonna go into the first power cliff that I noticed in One Piece while watching it. So like just to give you guys like a little tickle, right? Uh, there's like agents of Crocodile, which are like warlord and combatants, and then there's also Skypians, which is a whole nother layer, and then CP9 agents, and those are clearly like the next step. I just saw another one. It's Monday. Oh, and these guys are kind of weak. Again, this is not where everybody's going to be. I just want to grab all the weak ones first. Yeah, she's actually high-key weak. Anybody else that's like weak as hell? Yeah. go into too many agents yet. Bottom of the barrel. Bottom of the barrel. Actually, high key. You're right. Kind of weak though. Is that all of them? I believe there's like one more. I think he is actually. That might be all of them for right now. For this first little subsection. Because I don't want to get the. Alright. Alright. Oh, wait. There was one more. I was wondering where this guy was. He's the other piece of the Drum Island. Alright, cool. So we got. How many we got here? 5. We got like 30. We got 30 plus characters to talk about here. So let me peek chat. It's David. David, I'm power scaling all the One Piece characters. And hey, Demonic, sorry about no hellos. All right. So, besides like fodder characters, the weakest character I'd say on here in One Piece that isn't like a nameless marine that's got no feet or whatever. From this. Because you have to accumulate hacks. Now this is where the feats get kind of weird, because I want to put like one of these two in here. Basically this lady is the one that like looked after Sabo, Ace, and Luffy. But she gets like done in by like another bandit with an ability or something. But this guy has like pretty much no feats besides like a hostage situation, and he goes against Shanks, which Shanks at that point is kind of an insane character, but they're only using like guns. So I guess we'll start with him. We'll start with this guy. He's in the first chapter. He doesn't do anything. He's just got the generic bandits by his side, and I mean, if Shanks had conquerors all the way back then, he's got strong will. But to threaten somebody like as well-renowned as Shanks with this situation's definitely noteworthy, but he has nothing really to show, besides just like being hella disrespectful. The next I'm gonna put is this girl. She made Gart bleed, so she at least has that feed going for her. But Gart kind of just let her wail on him, so it might have been like an off guard thing, or maybe because she was that emotional, she drew out some strength. But she's at least made a character bleed, where this guy actually didn't do anything. I don't want to put there too high right now. So as you can see, this is like start a series, so that makes sense. But she's a little bit more near Ace's stuff with the flashback and everything. And some of these characters are kind of really late game. So another one that's like weak as hell, I'd say, is Pudding. Okay, Pudding, I'm only putting her above these people because these people, like, technically he could just shoot her or something like that. But Pudding does have a devil fruit power. And her power is she can take any memory she wants from your brain. So if they just start fighting, let's just say Bloodlusted, and it gets it all like a scrap, she could just remove like the memory that you have for killer intent, and she could just pretend that she's a like an innocent bystander or whatever, and shoot these people. The same could actually be said about some of these other people, but their feats are a little crazier. So like she's strong, right? And then he has some bandits, I guess if he does shoot her. Because he has weapons, I'll actually just put him a little bit higher. Yeah, I guess Pudding can be the weakest. She can beat these people, but I guess if the hacks doesn't go off, it's over. And there's a lot of characters with guns in this series, so I guess Pudding's the weakest, then it's him. Who's next? This is when we kind of jump. These should be the only people really in I. But, we'll continue on. I'm gonna go with, so this is current Buggy's underling. The problem I have with him, he's gained weight, but he's like a beast tamer, but his cat doesn't like always listen to him. But if you do get in a scuffle with him, he can send a giant monster at you. So that's kind of intense. But the only thing he's really got going for him is he has taken a lot of hits. Like Luffy, I think hit him really hard in that first Buggy section there. So he took a hit. He didn't die. And like I said, he can get out the lion. So that just rolls these guys. Who is next? I'd say this. Oh, actually, this dude. See, the issue is the time skips for these guys. I'm only putting this guy higher than him, even though I think the lion could trample this dude, because now he's part of the Marines, and he's substantially more buff, and he might know hotkeys and stuff like that. This is all like more headcanon stuff, but everything. But if you're at the point where you're wearing like the cap and you're beefed out, then you can handle goons. And what this guy's doing with the cat, he might be able to just pie pass because he's part of like a specific unit of like a rear admiral. So he's clearly not like fodder. Next I'll give it to the cat boys, I think. These guys are fast. They actually had Zoro on his back and stuff like that, but they were amped. As a matter of fact, well, I don't know. They might be just fine on their own. I don't know how strong they are without amp. So I actually let the Pussycat Brothers lose to the Big Kitty. I think they were amped by Django. I think Django amped them, and they were able to like do some more crazy stuff. And they were scared of Captain Kuro, and I'll get to Kuro soon. Gold or Spike, don't cut in every time I mention Zoro, dude. Okay. So I know these characters have big feats and all that stuff, and these two basically have none. And they could even be bullet level. But the thing is these people have taken like ass whoopings. Actually, I'll just put them slightly higher than the Cat Brothers. So the Big Cat is actually pretty good. These are the Celestials. I want to put them higher because they're durable as hell. This dude like survived a shipwreck, and he was gonna have to get literally gatlinged by a bunch of pistols to die, and before Haruhime saved him or whatever. And then Saint Charles has taken an angry punch from Luffy, and this same character that like smacked him with like a mace, set him flying, and then they literally just this guy always gets like picked up, and then they do some medical surgery, and he's back to normal. So he's durable as all hell. He's not as fast as these Cat Brothers, but when Zoro went like super fast for like a second to try to cut him, he saw how fast Zoro was moving, and that's a big deal because this is Zoro after Thriller Bark. So I actually think by this point the Cat Brothers' speed isn't even that big of a deal. Where this guy's Marine, this guy's got a giant cat, and I think the giant cat would just overwhelm these two. You can maybe make a case that this Celestial could beat up the cat, but it's time skip cat, so we don't know how much beast taming he's actually gotten. Alright, next is I wanna say I'm actually gonna put Chew down here. So the reason Chew can like take out a forest. Like he's actually kind of strong, but he lost to Usopp because of like trickery. Like Usopp beat him up with a hammer. So I think he's got more scalings and showing than this guy, but I actually even think this guy can take him. Yeah, I'll put him a little lower. I think he can take out the cat. The reason why he couldn't get Usopp because he was kind of hiding in the forest, where the cat wouldn't be able to dodge his water barrage. But yeah, he lost to Usopp, so he's kind of like the weakest of the bunch. And since we're on the subject of fishmen, this is the guy that fought Sanji. I think he's stronger than him. This guy will fight you in the water, and he's fast as hell and strong as shit. He literally fought the Straw Hats, one big three strong guys. And if you realize what Sanji actually is, it's like Sanji. He was fighting a Vinsmoke without a raid suit, which is kind of like only with more time is gonna make him seem like strong as hell. Unless you think the Heart Island gave Sanji some kind of amp that made his kicks and everything better, when I just think it just gave him the ability to run. That's basically it. Run a skywalk or whatever. Next is Hirori. Now, Hirori could technically just be at the top of the list because we don't know that much about this fruit. Or even the bottom, because she can only neg a couple people. So I'm just going to put her above Pudding. No, Pudding's at least wielded a pistol. So I'll put Hirori at the bottom, but technically she could be at the top. She can send people to the future. So technically, wherever you're fighting, she could put you so far in the future that your life's ruined and you die anyway. But she'll already be dead, so I guess she'll be at the bottom. Because she can send other people, but it's kind of weird. So it'll be her and Pudding. Alright, I think of the group, Hachi is the strongest fishman. Because he can do the 8 swords, and he like this guy have the sun tattoo, so it makes me think they were part of the slaves and the Fishman Tiger group, so they're kind of like a cut above the rest. Now, if any of these fishmen fight you underwater, you're doomed. But most of the fights in One Piece take place on an island, so they all get like this nerf. Oh, speaking of weak guys, I didn't even notice. Momonosuke he can wield a sword. I'll put him above his mom. He can sword wield and polymorph into a dragon, but I still think Pudding with a pistol kills him for right now. He's kind of like helpless. There's so many people I didn't even notice him in the mesh. I actually might have to go back to a buggy character. I actually don't think he solos the fishman. I think he's just better than this guy. This is the guy that fought Zoro on the unicycle. He actually cut Zoro. This guy unfortunately got to fight the main OC, but his especially with the time skip, I can only imagine his unicycling sword style has gotten stronger. But I still don't think it's good enough against like a fishman, because they could just shoot water at him and then mess up the whole vibe. Except for Hachi, but Hachi is 8 sword style, and he fought a stronger Zoro. I'm gonna go with Django next. I'm only putting Django above these guys is because he can hypnotize himself, and he's in the Marines just like this guy over here. So if he just hypnotizes himself to get superhuman strength or whatever, he can get it. So he in theory, if it's still the same stuff from Syrup Village, he could get stronger than all these guys. However, for the rest of them, they have like specific techniques that are worth talking about. Speaking of which, I didn't even notice that I didn't grab the other one. Where is he? Yeah, there he is, the other monkey. Like I said, I'm gonna have to go back on a couple of these because it's a lot of faces. So monkeys. I think he's actually stronger. So next I'll put chess. These guys are kind of together, but this guy's got like a lot more feats. The reason why I put him above some of these guys is because the king is in these guards are still with the king in the celestial dragon area. So since these guys are still guards and Drum is doing something with Morgans, it makes me think that like they can eat each other. He can eat them and become like this ultimate thing. Individually, I guess he's still a threat. I guess I'll put him above these guys, above the Celestials. But I actually think he's gonna come back and do some crazy stuff. As for this guy, he deserves his spot. Pre-time skip, he was actually like fucking up Sanji, I'm pretty sure. And if he's gotten stronger as a guard, it's even crazier than that now. Even though all these characters have done this, I'm still putting Axe Hand Morgan higher than them. But before we get to Morgan, I'm gonna get this like shield dude. So this is the guy. This is Don Craig's crew member. This guy fought Sanji, and he's literally just covered in shields. So if you literally don't have like a technique around this thing, you actually just lose. He like negs a lot of like physical combat. I think that's literally what he brags about, which makes me think that the koala bear is actually weaker. But I'll leave it alone for now. If Arlong's here, honestly, then that would make me think that the other guy is here too. Where is he? These are Skypians. I'm gonna have to grab a gaggle these guys again soon. Cause I'm almost done with that first batch. I don't see him. Oh, I guess him. Yeah. I'll just grab him right now. I don't know where the dude is. This guy's got like an elephant blade. I actually think it does lose to the cat. It's a crazy blade, but he has like a crippling weakness. So if like he's using the elephant blade to fight the cat, like I just all think these guys just get rolled by a giant animal. Where at least guys, this is when it starts to get power cliffed. So actually, you know what? I'll separate that. This will be the tier of people that can't take on a giant beast. This is when the powers come in. This will be I tier. Because these guys are all better than that. Who's the next lower one? I unironically think this guy also loses to that. I'll put him above the chest though, because he was with Vivi. He's a Braun, like he's one of the misters. I think he's like Mr. 9 or something. He has some feats with Vivi, but I actually think he's weaker than like the mankind guy. Or this girl's got superhuman strength. I actually think she loses to the cat as well. Zoro literally like grabs her with on the top of her head and like wins that. Hi guys. Hi guys. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing the list now. I'm gauging the like lower heads and I'm getting to the stronger ones. You know, I think Vivi belongs down here as well, though. I didn't think the early. See, this is exactly what I wanted a power scale. You would think some of these like lower characters, because they appeared earlier, would be weaker than some of like the CP9 members, but they actually are kind of weak in comparison. Like Vivi is definitely the stronger. I actually think Miss Monday would kick her ass. Vivi has hypnotized, like she has hypnotized powers, and then she attacks with like these like chakras. But yeah, she definitely loses to Miss Monday. But this guy's got the sword. Um, this guy's got like 6 shotguns hidden in his haircut, and then he also has his like own fighting style. But I actually think he loses to a lot of these characters. I'll put him above Chu, or above Chu. Because if Chu can't take like a couple hammer shots to the head and can be tricked by Usopp, he's probably gonna take the L with these shotguns. The shipwrights are actually kind of tough, but Iceberg doesn't do much. He settled more with human Frankie, so I actually have him underneath, or I'll have him above Chess. He doesn't really do nothing. Gin is tough. I kind of want to put Gin above his teammate. Yeah, I'll put Gin above him first. Gin boxed Sanji. Like, he put this dude in the dirt. Like, Gin's actually kind of tough. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if he comes back even stronger than ever. Because he actually already had, like, a fighting style with some, like, pipes. It was actually pretty clean. Yeah, I think Iron or Axe Hand Morgan this is where he comes into play. I just think the overwhelmingly strong captain, especially if there's like a time skip, just meat cleavers like most of these characters, like just overwhelms them. You could make a case for Django and the Knuckle guy. I think his name is actually Metal Code or something. Um, I think he can meat cleave through most of these characters. Is there any other ones? I guess Kuro. Yeah, Kuro is too fast. I think Kuro could honestly be up here first. He might be the first one up there. I need to start putting other people in here. Arlong's a whole nother tier. I'll start moving up the big heavy hitters. I'm just going to put them up there now. This is not where they're going to be. I'm just putting them in now because this is where the next layer is. The monkeys, I think, lose to Axe Hand, but Jin could probably mess them up. I'd say the monkeys are here. This guy has some like singing power, but it's like set up. He's tanky. These guys are like fighting Bellamy and just getting beat up. And this guy's like super strong, but you know, after the skip, yeah, I'm gonna say they get mauled. I'll put them above this guy. Yeah, they get mauled. Okay, we're starting to get to more juicy ones now. Can we start getting CP9 members yet? Or not CP9, I'll just start grabbing the misters. We'll get into the cooler stuff here soon, guys. We gotta get through the dirt before we get to the diamond. Where is it? No, we're not at Warlord level yet. We need the dirt. Where's the dirt? I feel like I'm eating some Lucky Charms and I'm looking for anything that isn't a marshmallow. Because some of these guys are insane. I could start grabbing Skypians. I'll put them next to La Bloon, just so I can remember. Oh, we're almost there, boys. I just had to put the junk in first. Is there any other Skypians I didn't grab? There's one right there. Are these all Big Mom? Ooh, there's John Craig. I was looking for his ass. He's not F tier or I tier or whatever. I just want to grab him real quick. I don't want to start with Warlords because I actually think Crocodiles look high key cracked and a late game fighter. This guy, the Jailers. Oh yeah, these two girls. Is that all? Oh, there's another Skypian. I didn't grab all the Skypians, guys. Just the kind of important ones. I didn't grab the Fat Brothers or anything. Oh, there's Mr. One. Is that all for these younger guys? Because some of them kind of scale pretty high. There's a Mr. Detained. The Rice Man. Buena. We're not quite past. We're not at the big guns yet. There's a lot of characters because it can do some pretty crazy stuff earlier on in the series. You get Bellamy. I think Leo's kind of tough. Any other like random chumps? There's Mr. 4. There's the Skypian that I tried to grab earlier. Because Skypian, I think, is a whole nother tier, and I'll explain why when I get to them. I think these are all the, like, smaller, bigger guys. No, I'm not going to start with CP9 yet. Okay. I'll put Buggy. I could have sworn I had Avval. I can't see her. I might have to come back to her. I don't know where she is. I'm not going to dwell on it too much. Okay. So, Don Craig. I think Don Craig's stronger than, like, most of the guys in this, like, tier. But, or not any of these guys. I actually think he's the next level. We're at G right now. That's fine. Well, like I said, I'll fix it later. I think Don Craig is, like, the lowest of this, or he could just be the highest of H. I'll just do that for now. Don Craig wears, like, a full suit of gold armor, and he's, like, coated with weapons. I think this is when, like, hacks start getting into play. Actually, Luffy had a harder time with him than Kuro, so I'll do Kuro. But Kuro's fast as shit. Actually, at the bottom of this one, I do think this guy beats Axe Hand. I'll do that. So, if you guys don't know who this guy is, he's the jailer of Impel Down levels 1 and 2. And he has like a pitchfork that spawns like minions and stuff, and they are supposed to be able to handle like a lot of like the lower tiers. So even if you think Axe Hand can like slaughter a lot of these lower tiers, this guy can just spawn them like infinitely. Like there is no limit, and he's got like a big giant like cow that follows him around as well. That people like you needed base Luffy with Gum Gum power and Bon Clay to kind of beat. I just think Axe Hand gets overwhelmed. Yeah, I'm getting the misters now. I think we're already at what's it called? Already at the Boa Works or whatever. We're already at Alabasca stuff for cliffing. That's speed. Grab Skypians. Noah. Or Nolan. Skypian. Where is a character I just had? I guess I'll leave it alone again. Okay. These guys aren't ordered yet. So I think the Falcon deals with this. The Falcon's better than him. He's got flight. If you guys know anything about fighting a flying character or anybody that can actually fly, it's kind of tough. I think Kuro gets overwhelmed as well. So he'll be the new benchmark for that. So if I have the benchmark as get past that, yeah, I'll say Kuro can speed blitz him with his like cat dance before he can do like the fork stuff. But I think the whole speed blitzing is a little weirder with the Falcon because let's just say he starts tap dancing and it's like for death, he could literally immediately go into the sky, and he's a swordsman as well. Like I just think he would have too much high ground on Kuro, where someone like Don Craig can just tank all these guys' attacks with his armor. Because he used to be on the Grand Line, and he was just like, the waters are just way too tough. I don't want to be on the Grand Line anymore. I'm rich enough. I'm out of here. And that's when they sent Mihawk, a literal warlord, to deal with this guy. So, Don Craig's actually underrated. However, I do think... The thing with the panda is he doesn't do anything. I actually think the panda belongs down here. I think he can beat most of these guys, but I don't know what he would do against the armored dude. I'm pretty sure Luffy dealt with him, but he beats all these guys in hand-to-hand. It's just because he's a subordinate of Law that makes me think that he's stronger than he actually is. Like, maybe he's got, like, cooler showings that we'll see in Wano, but for right now, this guy sucks. I need to grab some of these guys. Okay. I actually think these guys are, like, stronger for right now. I'm not doing the next tier yet. It's just I'm starting to bring in, like, these other members of Crocodile's crew or whatever. Nolan's a weird one. I actually think I need to talk about him in a second. Nolan's actually kind of weird. Hapuina is like another tier, and so is Kobe. He's like jailer. He's like co-jailer, so he's up here actually. He's like next in line for Magellan. Oh, these two girls. The weird thing about these girls is their big mom's like a thing, and when they were reincarnated as zombies, it was like Thriller Bark era. But I'm pretty sure these girls aren't that strong. I say they don't even make it past Miss Monday. They're overwhelmed. They're kind of hard. I think they get trampled by a beast though. For right now, until they get more showings, I'm gonna put them behind. It's each one individually. Yeah, I'm gonna put them ahead of him, but behind the monkeys. I think the monkeys win that. This is Mr. Three's partner or whatever. I can start sneaking up the Skypians. I'll talk about all these in a second, but I'm just trying to order them. Because the Skypians are definitely worth talking about. Bellamy is more like here. That guy gets kind of worked. She's like up here. I'll get to Buggy later. More Skypians. This guy's actually like the strongest of them, but I'll get into that. Yeah, double finger. Where's that bitch at? Double, 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 double. I definitely have her on this thing, but I don't know where she is. Here's another jailer. Yeah, she's the next jailer. I'll actually snipe her since I'm down here. And we'll start talking about these people up here. So, the jailer. She's actually just a higher rank than him. But she gets subdued by a couple like ropes. But she's got this like sadist thing going on. I think she's actually just decently tough. She actually might, for showing, she might be more down here, even though she's like an officer. She beats somebody noteworthy, I forget. It's like she fights another chick with like some like tangled rope powers, so she gets worked. Oh, never mind. She fights Yvonne. Yvonne actually kind of close. Okay, Bellamy. Let me get to Zeff. So Zeff this is prime Zeff. So I'm actually gonna have him up there. Arlong, I think Arlong beats Don Craig. Arlong's got like these like disposable teeth that it wouldn't pierce Don Craig's skin, but if he goes for headshots, he might win. If he gets them in the water, it's over. And Luffy had to like break through like a building for to beat Arlong, where like an entire Arlong park, he had to smash it down with an axe. Where Don Craig, all he did was like do like a jackhammer on like a floating plank of wood to break it. Drum's weird because he can just eat people and weapons. So I actually think he starts. This is when people start to get fruit powers and start to nag all the stuff prior. So I think Drum could just like eat everybody down here, like everybody lower, except for like. I'll get to the Skypians in a second. Let me put Buggy kind of high. I'll put Buggy like here for now. Okay. Let's do her first. So the thing with her is her fighting style is like scary because what she can do, she ate, this is when we can get to the fruits. She ate the kilo fruit, so she can make her weight anywhere from 1 kilogram to make herself light as a feather to go in a parcel to 10,000. And by the time Luffy and them get to where these two are at, they actually like work them. And he's got the bomb, but it's like any bodily function that he can like flick off. So like boogers. I think he can even detonate his blood and fingernails. But by the time they meet up with these guys, these powers are actually not even a big deal. And I think she actually can't beat the bird. I think the bird just works her, and then he too fast, too many goons. Bellamy's higher, but I don't have him put him anywhere. I don't think she even beats Axehand. I think she beats these guys. All these guys she works with her like abilities, because it's like the whole flight thing. But Axehand, if she like landed on him, he would just tank it. Like he's the gatekeeper here. I actually want to put this guy down as the gatekeeper of like this lower tier. These are the gatekeepers of each tier. Sanji works this guy. He just spawns a bunch of noodles against the guy that can literally eat. I don't even think the noodles are that big of a deal, and at this point, Sanji isn't like that big of a threat yet. To even say that he can beat Arlong and all them. but I do think he overwhelms people with like close range fighting styles with all the food. Like Sanji had to literally use knives and cut it up. And if you don't even have a sword, I guess Hachi could do something with it. But Hachi just loses to like a lot of other people. Um, we'll spread these more out when the thing is done. I just don't want it too cluttered. This to 2 rows is fine. So the booger guy is a little bit different, even though they're partners. He the explosives is like a whole nother realm. I don't think any of these people could tank an explosive, except for the food guy. I actually think he could just eat it with his like armor and all that, like or just opening his mouth. Because Luffy and Zoro literally fodder this guy. I don't know how well Arlong could take a cannon explosion. Like I actually think that's above his pay grade, but maybe he could tank one. He could just keep flicking boogers, and that might mess like a lot of them up. Now whether they could hit like Kuro or whatever, I'm not sure. But if it's blood and fingernails and all that stuff, any cut or whatever thing makes him like a trade, which makes me think he's like a little bit stronger than everybody. Okay, enough with boogers. Weakest here. Okay, I'm actually gonna put her. I'll put her here actually. I think a lot of these characters just speed blitz overwhelm her, but her devil fruit is the ability to like paint emotions or whatever. So she could like just neg the malicious intent or whatever. But I think the only real reason why she even beats this guy is because she can make all the animals like not. She doesn't have to worry of them, but her effect is kind of like a more of a support kind of thing rather than something lethal. So I guess since it's just a draw every time, I'll put her in the realm with Toki or not Hiroi. Yeah, Toki. I'll just put her next to her because it's just support. Like it doesn't do anything in a fight with some of these heavy hitters. These guys would like manhandle her. Okay, Mr. Four. Uh, I think the whole bats. The thing is with him is he's kind of got like a whole system with her, but she can like burrow and grab you. So being fast doesn't matter because she's in the ground. Being a bird, I guess she can't grab him, but he can't get her either. And if they get close, she'll like she can burrow and then carry you as well in the ground. Uh, to like smash you into buildings and stuff. Where this guy's just like a bird with a sword. So I guess she's just a little bit stronger than him, but I don't think she can do anything to Don Craig. I think if she burrowed against Don Craig, since he's wearing armor, smashing him to buildings wouldn't even matter. And then if he shoots her or whatever, or gets one of his gadgets on her, she's done. Arlong could just jump in a lake or something. And since she's a fruit eater, she can't go near the water. And even if it's like a fight in the desert and you get a complete advantage, again, I don't think the building level stuff matters. But his thing is like somebody setting up for his superhuman strength. And then there's like a dog with like a gun that shoots baseballs for him to explode onto people. I think this dude could literally just eat it, but he's definitely stronger than 5. These guys are more heavy hitters. Like, there's only so much goo you could eat. His powers are very flexible with the candle whip and all that stuff. And Bon Clay is literally like second command. He's 2 slots of second command, and then this dude is just like a whole nother level. I think he's actually the gatekeeper of this tier. He's actually, I think, in Skypia tier. I think all these members lose to, or Bellamy loses to all these members. I think he beats the Munch guy, but Bellamy, this candle wax is so strong that Zoro can't even cut it. Like, he describes it as hard as steel. So I think no matter how much he bounces, he's not going to be able to destroy it. But then again, oh, okay, you know what? What am I doing? This is time skips. Forget the pictures. Bellamy's way higher. I gotta put him next to like Buggy or something, cause he's got hockey now. He's way stronger now. I was looking at the picture. So these characters get more powers. I'm so stuck in the past with some of these people that haven't shown up that I forgot about Bellamy's time skip. He's way up there. But pre-time skip would have been down here. But I'm doing their best ones to make things less complicated. Or we'd be doing like 8 Luffys. Like, it's better like this. Here's this other Skypian. Fishman, Tiger. Oh, Fishman up here. For now. Any other heavy hitters? I guess we can start talking about Enel. And then we'll get into the really big scaling with him. I'm going to have him up here. For now. Don't get excited, guys. Those are giants. Ooh, actually, I can talk about the giants. Because we're at Mr. 3. This is like gladiator strength shit. Hold on, guys. There he is. The 2 giants. Curious is actually cracked. Where is some other people I can grab? Speed. I guess we can start grabbing CP9 members to put up there. I'll put all the CP9s. CP9. Because this is where we get to, like, actual levels of things that these guys can do. Ooh, CP0 is actually a whole nother realm I can't put Kaku in. Revolutionaries. Ton. They're actually like way tougher than people give it credit for. I'll have him here for now, just to look at it. Do we have any other weaklings, dude? Did I grab all the weak ones? Oh, there she is, Rebecca. Rebecca kind of sucks. Ooh, we'll get the sugar. Baby 5. Tauntaun. I'll grab some of the ninjas, I guess. Actually, little people. He's kind of weak. Oh, there she is. I've been looking for her forever. She'll be kind of low. There's Double Finger. Double Finger. Tune. Alright, it's getting lower. I just saw somebody. This is only Thriller Bark stuff. Dalton. There's Bluno. I know I put Bluno way down here. Yeah, Bluno. Are there any? I guess the new fishmen. Some of the new fishmen are pretty bad. She can be part of this. The rope guy. Ooh, did I just throw him in the middle? Okay, no, I didn't. Rope guy. Some of the new fishmen. Yeah, not Laboon. I guess Foxy. We're getting close to that. Is there any other small fries? Okay, we can get back to talking. I'm just making sure I don't miss any of these small fries. Yeah, that's all of them. Okay. Alright, where were we? Okay, we were talking about F tier. Okay, here's where things get kind of weird. Because some of these guys are disgusting. So, let me put Nolan with King Ryuk here. Here's my thing with Nolan. And people need to understand this with Skypia, okay? Skypia is when the series does this little flip, okay? It goes, we are now in the clouds, the air is thin, all the straw hats are nerfed. And all the Skypian characters are insanely like used to the thin air and breathing, and they have hockey as well. So the thing is characters like Nolan, even though he doesn't really have any showings, he's like battling with like the chief of Skypia. So he's like going up there strong, getting nerfed, and then like going even with somebody like that. But I think he's like combat oriented, and because devil fruits are so scarce, especially at this point in the series, I don't think he beats these guys. I think he literally loses to Ryuk just because he has gladiator experience, but I don't even think he has hockey. Even if he does, he's getting rolled by these three guys. I'd say this is where. Do you want to bring them up yet? Fishman Tiger's an elite. I think even Jinbei looked up to him, so I actually think he's higher than that. I'll put him up here. Because Fishman Karate is no joke in that show. He's got like rolling detonates. I'm gonna put this guy like here. This is the guy that fought Robin in Skypia. I think he still is like ultra powerful, but his whole technique is roll at you with like spikes. I actually think he like kind of loses to some of these other guys down here. Yeah. I'm going to put him over here. I think he actually loses to them. Like, Nico Robin had a hard time, but it's just because she has to, like, grab people. And then she ended up rolling him off like a thing, and he was dead. Actually, I'll put him way lower than that. He literally got rolled. I'll have him above the shotguns guy. The mama. I think the dude who punches him with brass knuckles. Fish just destroy him. Okay. We'll get the rope guy in. I think the rope guy loses to like most of these guys. I think he could subdue all these other characters. Like even if this dude eats, he could like do some techniques. I guess because it's Devil Fruit, man. He could just roll him. What's Rope's gonna do to Don Craig? Yeah. He could probably subdue him. If he's competing with other shipwrights, he's got to be fast as shit. So I actually think Kuro's blades aren't that big of a deal. You could argue that Kuro could chop up on them, but you see how he's like fixing his glasses? I actually think he had a problem with accidentally like hitting his face or something with the blade. So one good tie up might actually just end him. Where the bird... Yeah, he could actually snipe the bird. But I don't think he can do anything against the groundhog. Or the mole or whatever. She's got the smooth. So I actually think she just slips out of this. And the grab from the mole. But if they need to elaborate more on what it does. Because it kind of makes her just go from a fat lady to like somebody, like, is she immune to like just bullets sliding off of her skin? Like, is it like that? Because if it's so, Don Craig and all these like heavy hitters wouldn't be able to like hurt her, and then she'll cut them. But Don Craig's armor is pretty tough. He could eat even her. So she's definitely in this grade here. The bat might smoothen, so she can't do that. I think because she's a devil fruit eater, and we don't know much, and she's part of like a big crew later on, I'll have her right below the eater. But I think no matter how slippery she is, he could just open his fucking mouth, and that's it. Dead. Whereas some of these guys, I think he's too fast and strong, too strong, and I don't even mean like strong equal he too crazy. I mean, this guy literally could box with Skypian level opponents, and Skypians are like, I'll go into them when I'm scaling them, but the fact that he can kind of like box them makes me think he's just higher than this king, because Luffy dealt with it with just the rubber powers, where a lot of these other guys couldn't even deal with Luffy. Double finger lost to Nami. Yikes. Her spike fruit is kind of scary though. I think she's right here. If she gets grabbed, done. If she gets tied up, done. If he swoops in, done. I think she's right here. Don Craig is a wall. He's honestly more of a wall for this G tier than others. Like when I spread it out, I think Don Craig will hold this one. This dude will hold the next one. I want to get into the giants. I just need to make sure I'm getting through a lot of these smaller fries first. Did I get them all yet? Yeah, I think that's all the small fries. So let's do... Okay, so here's where the Bond Works guys are. And then, do any of the Skypians lose besides the fat guy to these Bond Works? So the chief clearly doesn't. Let me put her here. These guys, all these guys up here. Actually, Red Leg Zeff, even though he's like a chief of legend, all we do is see him captain a ship and then be able to kick boats. The question is do you think that Mr. One could take out a boat? Or is that leg power just too strong? Because I think he would just cut it. He could cut him. It might just be I mean, judging by how Mr. 2 and Sanji fought, he just might have strong Kempo. But, like, be a veteran of it. I think since technically he's, like, in his prime, not old one, in his prime, he's just stronger Kempo. I think he just beats him. And Mr. 2 is clearly a more confident fighter than Mr. 3. So it would just literally be like Mr. 2 more experienced versus 3. So he just whomps these guys. Where I think Mr. 1 is where it's again the wall for this tier. He can turn into like a whole thing of blades. Speaking of wall for tiers, are the Impel Down guys stronger or weaker than Skypians? He's second in command. But he kind of just trolls and gets worked. I actually say he's down here. Until he starts getting some powers or something. Yeah, I'd actually even argue he's like way down here. He dictates the second in command for the jail. So he does have like an army, but I think on his own he just has a pitchfork. So he's actually belongs with the rest of these guys down here. And then so does... The thing is, the Sadist actually gives. I think Yvonne was trolling that fight, so I actually just think she's like a whip user, so I could throw off a lot of these smaller fodder guys. I think the devil fruits and stuff are just too much. Okay, so these two guys, um, the candle stuff works on them, but it's clear that they get poisoned. So I actually think they're just giant tier. And then for Skypians, this guy's clearly the weakest. He gets beat by this dude. And I think all the Skypians just work all these guys down here. They're fast. These guys have like surfboards and can fly, and then this guy's got like a bird. Like I actually just think even though Mr. 1 can like tank a lot of this stuff, if he fights them Skypia, he's gonna pass out. And if he fights them like closer to Earth, uh they're gonna have like so much endurance on him. Either way, all the Skypians are gonna win by endurance. And then if we get to these guys, they have hockey. I think this guy's the weakest of the hockey ones. The ball guy, and then the guy that fought Zoro is like second strongest. So just to talk about the Skypians a little bit, like I said, they have more endurance than all the characters up to this point, except maybe like Warlords. And like I said, they have hockey as well, and it's they have a form of observation that makes it so that using regular attacks on them that aren't like a bounce move or something, they'll just dodge it. They'll just dodge it and work you. So they're and then their powers on top of it are annoying as hell. So like he's got a lance, he's got a bazooka. This dude's got like this like cross arm power. This dude has like an area of balls, so he just like bounces them at you. And since he has hockey, he knows where they're gonna bounce, and then it's like random what happens to you. And then this dude is just like a very strong swordsman up there that gave Zoro, the same Zoro that beat this guy, a hard time. And this is like Zoro that has to adapt to the fatigue and stuff after running into this guy as well. This guy's like the chief of the thing, so it's kind of like a Nolan him situation. And they honestly might be weaker than these guys, but for right now, all we know is he's the toughest of some of these guys. So since it's like ancient era stuff, you can only imagine that the point just goes to the elderly on that one. All right, I think we can start grabbing CP9 members, like all of them. Where are they? And we might be able to even grab some of the gladiators. There's CP9. And we can grab the other giant. He got the other hockey, but I'll get to him in a second. Only ninjas? He's literally a CP9 buster. This guy's got a little bit of hockey. I'd say he's Skypia level. Yeah. I'm gonna put Kizaru's brother in Skypia level. He's clearly like a hockey in training, but he actually has like the physical one. I'll actually even put him above the chief. But clearly he's just like a captain admiral, and all he has is like, because when he hits Luffy with it, Luffy just kind of flinches like, that actually hurt. But he wasn't like scared of him or anything. So it makes me think that like he's stronger than a lot of these guys because a lot's happened since then. Because I think at this point, Luffy already has gear second, gear third. So he's more just caught off guard. Where these guys, These guys are dealt with Straw Hats from like Alabasta series. People are probably like, what about Dalton? I'll get him ready, but I actually think that's just a whole Zoa tier. Alabascum. That's pretty dope. Oh, his demon form actually puts him another pay grade. Lucky Roo. Yeah, Buffalo's kind of weak. Where's Baby 5? I think I can start getting out the Dressrosa people. Not all of them. Crocodile for Warlord tier. I guess that's where Buggy is. Put him with Buggy. Izo. That's all Realm. It's Pocket Dimension. Virgo's like a gatekeep with Adamant Hockey. I actually might grab him right now. Oh, no. Here's the CP9. Yo. Animal Kingdom. There's God. Okay, this guy's the strongest of this tier, honestly. He's got like he's literally just this guy, but like older and experienced. The only person that even remotely pegs this guy is Anel. And I think Anel's like way higher anyway. So him being there is not even that big of a deal. He literally just like right there like it's no big deal. Ninjas. Mostly just seeing ninjas here. Thanks for Warlord tier. Let me move around some of these other guys here. So for Skypian tier, I actually think the fishermen go here. Again, if they're fighting them in their homeland, it's different. They might even actually go a tier under. I don't even think they were that big of a threat. Alabascum. He's got the clear fruit, but who can he actually touch? The clear fruit is OP as hell. It really is. But this guy doesn't have any like attacks. Yeah, I think he gets walled. I think Axan saves me again here. I think he gets walled by Axan. All this really confirms is Sanji from Thriller Park and solo Axan by this point. Because I actually don't think this guy's much of a threat. He just kind of kidnaps a girl and loses to Sanji by some flour. It's actually kind of a joke. We can get, what's her name, ready. Okay, this dude. Yeah, the thing is with these fishmen is I actually think most of these fishmen are like Arlong level. Like they're down here. They're weaker than Arlong, but the steroids make them kind of cracked. Like I think they're worthy of being a tier above Mr. 1. However, it's the Straw Hats kind of just one tap them. Here's what I'll do actually. I'll put them under Mr. 1. Even though they're fresh off of New World stuff. Their order is kind of irrelevant. I think this guy fought Brooke. There's like a little rat one too, I'm pretty sure. Where's the little rat one? Yeah, I think they lose to some earlier members in the series because they get kind of trolled in there. But they definitely have like they're definitely like strong ass fishermen. Here's Virgo. Sugar. That's just speed. I don't want to start grabbing Kaido pirates because I don't know how durable these guys are. They seem pretty durable. Kind of just beats them in a sword fight for free. Killer is relevant to that. Supernova tier. Could maybe get that started. This guy. I couldn't find much stuff on his brother. Like, I remember him having literally a brother with the same name. But, there's not much to say. The Snake Girls. Oh, there's a little fucking rat. There he is. He goes up here with them. He's the weakest of the new fishmen for sure. Weakest. I don't know which ones of these is the strongest. This guy definitely loses to Brook. I don't think they do enough of noteworthy stuff to put them any higher or change their position because it really doesn't. They all just get slaughtered by an ability. But it's like new world scaling, so it's like so yeah. So what? They lost, but what do we know? Now Horty is actually what we're talking about. Horty is somewhere up here. I'd even argue Horty is like at the top of this tier. I'll get to him. I just need to move more people up. There's another giant. Where are these guys at? Yeah, with these guys. Diamante. Okay, I think I'm going to move away from grabbing more people because we're at the point where people are just like strong as hell now. Let me just get the CP9s and everybody out of the way. So, Kobe's actually kind of cracked. Hipporena is like a captain now. Tsunade is nuts. I'll say their placements in a second and talk about them. I just need to keep them organized, or I'll be searching for half. Every time I do a person, I'll be searching. And I just want to put them in a relevant tier and then move on. For now, and then come back and talk about it. Okay, so the fishmen are here. Here's the Skypians. I put Horty higher because him on steroids. Luffy had to, like, destroy half of, what is that thing called? With an elephant gatling. The Noah's Ark thing. So he is durable as hell. This guy, like, swallowed all the steroids whole. It was more, but the thing is Luffy was more worried about destroying the ship, not him, and he just ate the full blunt of it. Can we go Giants tier yet? Can any of these guys not solo a giant yet? I guess she can't. I guess Smoker and Gang is a little weird. You know, we can bring in some of the Wano Samurai and ninjas. Because I actually don't think too many of them are that strong. Because I need to start talking about their Devil Fruit powers. But I gotta get the gauge on the rest of them. Okay, let's get the CP90 tier. Or CP9. Okay, CP9 are clearly stronger than this dude. Even if the time skips really helped him out. This guy doesn't have hockey yet. And she is like a regular captain, but she can like subdue people. Like, I know Horty took like an elephant Gatling. So maybe these two are a little bit less, because I don't think they could flex God. Yeah, we'll put Helporita and what's her name below him. And then this will be the CP9 tier. So I need more CP9 members. So Bluno has the power to polymorph anything into a door. We can finally talk about devil fruit powers. So the thing with that is it's clearly temporary, but he can use a lot of the techniques to really hit people. But this like sandbag can just eat hits. Like his literal purpose is to tank hits, and it's fine. So I think no amount of him doing this stuff to him, he can do like Iron Body, so it'd be kind of close. But I actually think weight wise, this guy takes it. Because Luffy went gear second and kind of slapped this guy around for free, where Frankie went like boxed him for a while, ran out of fuel, juiced up, and then punched him as hard he could. But then they had to do like corner burst and all that stuff. Like he had to go through his like whole tank of gas a second time. So debating on whether gear second is stronger than Frankie Phil Fuel is like irrelevant here, because it's kind of like it's not about that. It's about like clearly this dude just gets boxed around. Like Luffy hits him with like 2 or 3 gear moves and he's done. And Frankie literally dumps his load into this guy like twice. And like I said, he's literally made for getting hit. So it'd be like, what move does Bluno have to really get this guy down? Where this guy could wear him down with the gale kicks that he has. I think he's definitely stronger. Now we're getting to polymorphs. Polymorph. A couple of these guys down here did have some like Parametheus types, and I could argue that this guy's that. But okay, so the reason why she's higher than them, as far as I'm concerned, is even though she's a fresh CP9 Devil Fruit user, she polymorphed Nami into like slippery gel. So you need like water to get it off, or she'll just like murder you. Speaking of which, I know this lady is like a grand thing, but her ability is just like a more detained version of Khalifa's. She laundries you instead of like just a bubble bath. She actually just puts you on like a rack. So it's like a hard polymorph. A lot of people are scared of her. Like I honestly would put her C and have the giants below her, but I don't know if she could do that big. Assuming that she could, it'd be kind of like a walk, but I don't know. Smoker. Let's get all these people out. So these guys don't have hockey, so I actually think the snakes just work them. Like realistically, some of these Skypians. So you remember when I said earlier, that the Skypians have like hockey, so they can see what's coming. Where these guys, they don't necessarily, they have ornament hockey, but it's just not shown. This is when Oda is like showing more forms of hockey, but not actually giving them visual representation. So it's just like it's ornament hockey versus observation, and it only gets more quaint with a Nell, where a lot of the earlier ones they have to be like one with their inner piece for it to work all the time. Where these guys just it's an on and off switch. Speaking of that, I'm pretty sure by the Boa girls they can turn it off and on, like at that point. Like they can actually just go Iron Body, and then their body is ornament hockeyed, which is way more useful for fighting where they're fighting. Where the hell is yeah, I'm gonna have to move people down because we haven't even gotten to like some of the more juicy characters yet. What everybody wants to see. I could have sworn I saw her. I might have put her right here. All right, let's just get some of the other 9 members out of the way. This dude has like an entanglement, but I think the polymorph just negs it. If since this is kind of like close, I guess you could say this guy's the worst one because he can polymorph, she can polymorph, and then she can evade. Where is that fat boa, dude? Where the hell is that one? Oh, there she is. I actually think this one's weaker. I think this one's weaker than this one. She like toys with Luffy more. This one's kind of like hold him still and I'll hit him hard with fire or something. And then she's just like juking. Like she's like, you're nothing. Without hockey. She's just like, if you don't get past us, it's the threshold. Like you're just not good enough. Buffalo kind of sucks. The thing is he has flight. I'd actually say Buffalo has flight, and then with partnership with Baby 5, he can do stuff, but he's kind of just like a flyer, and that's it. But he is part of Don Flamingo's family. I don't know if he ate a gyro fruit or if his hair just does that. I don't think he can really do anything to a lot of people, but he can get away. I think he could like throw rocks. I'd say here. He's got flight. I'm actually just going to put him slightly above this dude. He's got flight. Flight is just like, what do you do with swords? What do you do with minions? Plus, he's like a team-oriented thing, where Baby 5 can fight on her own. Speaking of which, so she can turn into a bunch of weapons, and she actually carves into Frankie's thing. Now, whether she's stronger than a CPI agent, I don't know. Because they can, like, walk midair and get her. And I don't know how durable her thing is. Yeah, I think she just loses to these guys. I don't think she's strong in Horde either. Or any of the Skypians. Yeah. She can cut through some stuff, though. She can definitely cut through his... Does she mess up all of them? Yeah. She can turn into revolvers and stuff as well. I'd like to put her higher, but I actually don't think she touches any of these other people. At least she's higher than Buffalo. All she can do is turn into stuff like weapons. And that's like basically what he does, but she does it like better because she can turn into more than just a blade. Where the Skypians, dude, they all like will avoid it, and then they'll all hit her. Like anybody that doesn't have that is just gonna lose. Okay. Let me get... This is the mud guy. So he has another polymorph thing where he can put you in his little mud bath. I'd say he's stronger than this girl, though. He can consume, like, whole realms in there. It's actually kind of crazy, but these guys have hockey. So they can just hit him. They don't care. As a matter of fact, for a bunch of the Logias coming up, if they can't get past the sisters, then they don't even belong to be higher than that. This girl lost to Usopp, but this is Perono. She lost to Usopp, but her ghosts are actually kind of devastating. If he didn't have the impact dial, I think she just killed them. And with time skip, I'm sure she's gotten better. And they can affect your emotion. So this is like this is like technically a polymorph. It would be like if this support girl, way low tier, had an ability to actually like hurt you. Because she can actually just leave her husk. Like if they're standing face to face and she goes husk, I'm sure the people will go for the real body like Usopp did. But what she could do is do the negative thing, run away, hide, and then they'll see the ghost form of her and not know what to do, and then be at a standstill. I'm sure she's wise enough to see through the tricks. But a lot of these other people might not know what to do. But these guys can, like, cleave areas. I'm just going to go ahead and put Bellamy at the bottom of this. Yeah, spring. I think he gets nagged by a lot of this shit. Assuming these guys haven't gotten any stronger, these four, the CP9 members, I think Bellamy starts to land like here. So he has the spring fruit. The thing is the wall of the hockey users, even though he has hockey himself now, as well as this like polymorph, like this like the mud guy. Like I think he just gets worked. He was getting bodied by like Diamante or whatever his name is, and that guy's not even that strong. Like in base. Speaking of Doflamingo members, let's get the swordsman out of the way. So technically, a lot of people can't even deal with this guy because you need salt. But he is like an extremely strong swordsman. Like, I think he swung his sword and literally made a gust effect appear. So he was like even with Zoro, but not. But Brook was having a hard time with him. I'd say he loses to Bellamy because if his shadow fruit has to do with like hockey, then the threshold done. He gets polymorphed. He's done. I do think his sword strength is strong enough to get through these two. Cause he could cut the hair, and then he's probably more of a tanker for punchers, not exactly blades. And since he's like undead, the hockey thing, they might even not be able to react to it. Let me get Leo out of the way. He's been kind of down here for a bit. I actually think Leo loses to a lot of these. I don't think Leo could do a lot to anybody, really. Even with hockey, I'd say Leo loses to. I think when she gets the double finger is when things get rough. He's too small. Even though they're so quick, the human eye can't see it. As soon as things start getting sus, she has the spikes. He's got his weapons. Like, I just think it's a done deal. I think this is when the heavyweights just kind of roll him. Like, it just goes to show that, like, just because it's revealed later in a series doesn't mean he's not. That means he's stronger than everybody we've ever seen. But I do think he works like a lot of these down here. Do we talk about Foxy yet? No, let's get these let's get the long arms and long kick guys out of the way. I believe that these guys are also around Leo's level. I'd say they beat Leo though. I don't think they've gotten stronger. Them being part of like Straw Hat's feet or whatever, they're just kind of like more of just powerhouses that have unique abilities rather than people that are actually super strong. They're gladiator level for sure, but gladiator level isn't even that big of a deal in One Piece. It's kind of like just a bunch of heavy hitters grouped up into one. Where is the other guy? I want to get long arms in here as well while we're here. They just don't do anything in their tournament, and when they're shown to be allies, it's just kind of like this guy's got long arms, this guy's got long legs. Who cares? Like not even a half-ass these guys. I just think they're good for their new world level at the very least, but some of these characters are just too strong in New World for it to even matter that they show up later on. Like Calvish is a whole nother level. Like he goes sleep and he'll body a bunch of good characters. Like he belongs up here. I'm actually gonna have him next to the Giants for now, because even they were worried about it. I want to get to the juicers. I can't find them for now, so I'll keep scaling these guys. I want to get Bellamy jewelry in the supernova. Like I want a supernova tier. Cause I honestly think supernovas are stronger than than warlord. But I need to talk about warlord level soon. This isn't done at all, guys. So don't think, oh, he's already just chucking them all over the place. No, I'm just getting them all up. Because the polymorphs and the weird abilities are coming in. We might even need a Zoa level. Because I honestly think Galinal is Warlord level at least. He's introduced after Crocodile. It's this giant tier that's kind of sus. And I do need to start filling up these tiers with more chunks. They actually do need to look more like I and H. So I'm gonna have to move down some people. So let's just get. I wanted Skypian to be its own tier, as well as the Misters. Here's what we'll do. We'll finish ordering them, and I'll try to make it look real pretty at the end. It's just these powers are starting to get a little absurd. Okay, we aren't exactly at Logias yet, so I'll talk about this guy. So a lot of people think this guy is like, dude. A lot of people don't know what this guy's thing is. Like they think that Oda got lazy and made another what is it called? I'll put him like here-ish. I think no. The thing is he can insta kill a lot of people. I think once you get to Perona, he loses. Okay, so just to give you guys a little bit of history, you remember how I said that this girl does kilograms? This guy does tons. In Dressrosa, he dropped a hundred, or was it no, a 10,000 ton drop. I actually think he's higher than some of the giants. He has the ton fruit. He can drop tons. He can make his weight tons, and then he wears like metal on top of that to crush you to death. Actually scary. I think he solos a lot of these guys. Even Calvish. I think Calvish is stronger than the giants. I'm giving Fishman Tiger a little too much credit here. Jinbei looked up to him. He's stronger than Jinbei though. So I actually think that even though he got like ganged up on by Marines and the bullets got him, it's Fishman karate. It's just weird. I'll say the Han guy could beat him. No, I think he'll be at the bottom of this one. But Jinbei's like a whole nother realm. Okay, let me get Smoker. Smoker's a Promethean. Okay, or not Promethean, Logia. Takashi is a swordswoman. I believe she has hockey, but she doesn't really have any good talent showings with it yet. I think she's just better than a lot of the CP0 or the CP9. I think she's just stronger than them with their swordsmanship, especially after the time skip. But they're still like struggling with people in like Punk Hazard, and Punk Hazard are like barely warlord goons. Let me see. Because I need to get to Wano Samurai. Because I think a lot of Wano Samurai are only like Takashi level. Or even like C tier here. I don't think they're Warlord level yet. Except for a couple of them. So I'll just talk about Kinku for now. Kinku, I think, is up here with the Warlords. The thing that people need to understand about the Wano Samurai, especially like the 9, is you could even make an argument for them to be up here. Yeah. The people don't really get how strong Wano Samurai are. I know this looks rough. The thing is Buggy kind of negs all that though. Buggy can't. He can be electrocuted though. This is when it gets kind of weird with matchups. I have to put the Wano Samurai higher. I have to. The Wano Samurai, all 9 of them, are already strong as hell. And then if you slap on the haki that they do, it solos all Logias except for Buggy. And I'm not gonna keep saying that. It solos all Logias in their like berserk form, and they're even starting to carve at a Yonko. So even though it's like a 9-1, so I'll do that because it's like a 9v1. I'll have them like high end of C, but it technically, if it would be like Warlord versus Wano Samurai, the Samurai would just win. Kinku's the weakest. A couple of them are actually in the realm of a Warlord on their own. Ooh, baby 5. Yeah, baby. We're almost getting close enough to the bigger hitters, guys, I swear. Let's grab a Supernova. God, this setup is so scuffed. No, I don't want to touch the Yonko people yet. We're not there yet. The ninjas. The ninjas are actually tough. There's a CP9 member I missed. Okay. This member. This member is like one of the weaker ones. Like, he toys with Usopp, but Sanji actually beats him. And I think Sanji, that's only like, he's got the wolf style. That's, it's kind of like, he's the weakest end of it, but he's just like a Zoa. That's the thing. And as a matter of fact, since we're here, as far as right now goes, Dalton is a Zoan. Anybody that can polymorph, this should be honestly their own tier. It's kind of cracked. I actually think Dalton. I actually think he, especially since this guy got overwhelmed by one. Yeah, I think Dalton actually solos like those 3 CP9 members on his own. He's the guy from Drum Island with like the ox fruit. Yeah, like they even hype it up then. They're like, holy crap, he can polymorph. Like, that's actually kind of crazy. And now that we're in like Kaido Pirate area, like Zoas are just like in a realm of their own. They're just so girthy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move everybody down. There's this guy. Get him in there. And I actually think we can talk about Flamby and some of the weaker Kaido pirates. We're getting there. We are getting there. Where's the weaker ones? Weaker Kaido pirates. There they are. There's one. There's another. I don't see Speed. Where did Speed go? I'll move in a second. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I had never actually put Rebecca anywhere yet. She's like right around the king's level. Where is the king? King Rookie. There he is. She's weaker, if you ask me. She's weaker than him. She's a gladiator. She's tough. Alright, let me do another Promethean. Okay, so the thing with Foxy is he has the power to slow people. Like, slow them down through a beam. But any reflective stuff, it's over. So I actually think... I think he might be too slow for the samurai, but I'll put the samurai lower just because he could hit the samurai with it, where somebody like Bluno can just like jump through a door, and then where does he shoot the beam? And then the bubbles are reflective surfaces. Time skip, she could probably speed blitz him at this point. Bellamy's too fast. Like, this is where he starts to kind of fall flat. But he can slow down like all of these people, like every single one of them, except for like the guys I haven't ranked yet. Speaking of Ardent Hockey, I'll put Virgo. See, the problem with Virgo is he's like literally the same thing as CP9 members with like the Ardent Hockey, but his Ardent Hockey is so hard that he like cracks bones. I don't think he could touch these people though, because it's still base Sanji. I'd say he's actually weaker than the sisters. I think the sisters still work him because Luffy only beat them because he yelled Conqueror's Hockey and they respected it. Like that fight could have just kept going and they got overwhelmed, or they overwhelmed individually. Where his whole shtick is like he can't get hurt by like a lot of stuff by being so hard, but they don't really care about that because they have Hockey too. Now they might have a weaker form of it, but I'm pretty sure theirs is Conquerors as well. He might be able to tank Perona's thing. But I know for a fact that even if he's full body Armament Hockey, couldn't punch the ghost and hurt her. He would actually have to find the body. Let's get some of the Zoas out of the way. So, where's Dalton? I actually think these guys are weaker, but stronger than them. These are like some of the Kaido pirates, like gifters. There's Zoas, but some of them like all they have is like guns and stuff. So they're just like super hard to kill, and then they'll just overwhelm you with their abilities. But I don't think they can like I don't think they can beat. I don't think they're better than Dalton. They're like it's like random appendages are it. Where is the long arm guy? I want to put him with the leg. I think the leg is better than the arm. I think he reaches further with his legs. But it's pretty much a tie. They're parallels to each other. Sugar is a weird one. So the thing about Sugar is anybody that doesn't have a projectile attack should lose to her if she can touch them. But how fast is she? Alright. So I actually think it's like she's above these CP9 members. But I think once you get to characters that can actually projectile her, she's done. There's a couple down here that could win a matchup against her as well. Like Don Craig probably could overwhelm her too. Like it's bloodlusted or whatever. Even the booger guy. But what about the people that she can't touch? Or that she can touch that are up here? She just wins. I guess this is when they start to get spears and stuff, and a lot of these guys have Hockey. I guess I'll put her behind Don Craig. I know Sugar's like the whole reason Dressrosa is a thing, but this girl, she actually spikes is her. These are his legs. Leo has a spear, but if she randomly touches him because her hand's as big as his body, it's over. She has to grab you. Maybe he subdues her with the ropes, but if she touches him, it's over. And she's not slow. I've seen her like run through a whole gaggle of people and just tag the whole group. But what about armor? What about teeth? What about like he does like this water thing? I just don't think she gets through. That's why they have Treble protecting her. Ooh, I'm gonna love talking about this girl. I've been waiting to talk about this girl. Okay. So I'm gonna put her. I'm actually gonna put her higher than people think. Higher than Dalton. I'll put her here. I think Flambill or whatever solos Dalton. I think she beats everybody below here. The thing that people don't know about Flambe or whatever, it's okay. It's Luffy versus Katakuri, and this lady shoots a dart that even numbs Luffy's like vision or whatever. So she has like the ability to nerf like even these characters, but they could probably do something about it. As a matter of fact, even the Giants got hurt by this numbing. These guys are honestly just colossal size Zoas anyway. I'd say between the two, it doesn't matter. They're the same thing. I think he won the fight though, because he got nerfed. Or no, he did. Broggy won the fight, but he got nerfed. And then this dude, I'd say, is probably stronger than them both. But he might not be, because their bounties are in together, like, I think 100 million or something. So actually, I'll put him at the bottom of the herd of giants that we've seen. This is another one of those Zoa Kaido pirate things. So I'll start moving these guys down. Alright, it's looking a little bit better. Mad Monk's a Skypian. I'm just going to put him in the Supernova tier and talk about them against each other rather than saying why Supernovas are cracked. Even Killer. Even though I think Killer doesn't deserve as much credit. We'll get into the Supernovas in a second. He is just like the Mole Girl, but his techniques... He's a little too honest in his fights. But he can solo a lot of these people. He could probably swim through the wax. He's definitely stronger than Baby 5. A lot of these guys might not be able to do something about it. I'm not guessing with this guy because he almost killed Frankie. I think because he has to touch Sune beats him. I don't think he'd even hurt Peru. But he's already depressed, so her doing that won't even work on him. And he could just suplex her and it's over. Like, she fainted from Usopp, like, popping some roaches there or whatever. I think he would be stronger. But I don't think he solos any of these guys. I think this is when it gets kind of rough. Technically, he guarded him. Yeah. And he could never touch him as well. Yeah, I think he's actually a little underrated. Soon actually can polymorph this guy if she dodges it. But it's stupid fast. And I don't know how fast she is with old age. Calvish, I think demon form is actually better than all these guys. Like, I actually think his demon form is scary. I don't think it beats Wano characters. And these guys aren't... none of these guys are Logias yet. None of them. Logia is still rare. People say they hand out devil fruits like crazy, but they really don't. And even when they do, there's hockey now. This guy is definitely the weakest. I'll put him here. This guy lost his oral. But it's a dog that can polymorph into a fully grown, like, guardian or whatever. With swordplay. Actually, since he's guarding his thing, I'd say he's actually more down here. But she could blow dart him. He might be able to cling it away. So I'll have him here under this Wano Samurai. This guy inherited the will of this, and this guy clanged with Guard, but Guard kind of slapped him. But it is hockey stuff now. He's stronger. He's stronger now. Their whole thing is like, he does the hockey head, but this guy does like the hockey blade. He's stronger than him, but it's just like he has conquerors. So it's just like he's inherited and stronger than him now. But he has conquerors hockey. So, like, in his heyday, he's actually kind of, like, threatening. But I still think he loses to, like, all these people. 10,000 tons is, like, going to be a hard thing for a lot of these characters to just go through. Even though I do think that he could probably deal with it. He's, like, landing on them. And then Smoker. And then I can start fishing for more characters down there. So, Smoker is a Logia. I'm actually going to put him up here with the Warlords. I know he struggles with Virgo. I know. Don Flamingo actually just slaps him. But, and then I move him down, right? I know Doflamingo does that, but I think Doflamingo is one of the strongest warlords. So it's kind of like not really fair. Because I think he solos Buggy. I don't think he can deal with with Crocodile. He's. I feel like at this point he's still stronger than Kobe, even if that's not gonna last forever. He's not gonna give a fuck about Boa's stuff, but Boa has hockey, so LLL. Boa having hockey actually works against the L a little bit. And then this is where we get into the topic of lightning, how fast characters are. So, how many of these characters can now keep up with an L? Because he's the speed of lightning. I'll get as to why I think Crocodile is actually stronger than an L. I'll get to it. I think Bo is weaker than both of them. But I think that she's going to be way harder for these guys to deal with. Or at least for Kobe. I could put Kobe a tier down for now. And keep Smoker up there. Because he isn't even a fruit user yet. Or not yet. He doesn't have a fruit. He's just got like really good hockey. Alright, now I need to grab some Dressrosa, I think. Some Dressrosa and ninjas, I think. Okay, let me do him. Actually, Shirai Hoshi, even though she's big, she actually sucks. I kind of had her on the list for the seed monsters, but the sea monsters exist, so it's whatever. I'd say she's one of the weakest characters in One Piece. Like, she's huge, but she gets rolled by like everybody. Maybe you could make an argument for Pudding or even Momonosuke, but all she has is like a cry. If you kill her before she cries or whatever, like if any of these characters just kind of like box her before she can like cry. Like I know her secrets are like a big deal, but I just if she never can scream or whatever, then it's fine. And it's not like it's something she resorts to. She has to act. It actually has to be dire need. And that maybe if she's getting pummeled. So let's say a lot of these characters can't insta kill her, right? Except for maybe Axe Hand Morgan. So we'll put her here. Because Axe Hand could literally just decapitate her and it's over. With a giant arm. Maybe the minions overwhelming would be kind of weird, but who cares? Okay. Mission Hawk. Let's do Hawk. Revolutionaries now. Or Wano Samurai. Carrot. Kyros. Let's get all the ninjas right now. Here's speed. I can actually put speed somewhere right now. Speed is she's actually a higher rank officer of the Kaido thing. Like she's actually considered a pretty strong one. Next to Solitaire. Let's get all the Wano guys out of the way. I haven't even gotten to CP0 yet. Let's get all these ninjas out of the way. Ninjas, where y'all at? There's another. This is these are Orochi's private platoon of ninjas. There's a lot of them. I might not even have grabbed them all yet. Is that all the ninjas? Oh, they're solitaire. Getting lower down here, guys. We're almost at the big guns. But I'm still gonna have to organize up there. Because I actually don't think this platoon of ninjas individually are that strong. It's when they're a unit of like 12. It's kind of crazy. Same with the Big Mom Pirates. I think individually they all are kind of like strong, but they're not crazy, crazy. Okay, I think that's all the ninjas. So let's get these ninjas up here. Sort of. Because I didn't put Ashina. Conjuro. Pedro. We could put Koala. Hold them. The guy from the warden of the jail in Udon. That's actually the same realm as this guy. Believe it or not. There's Ashina. Is that all for the Sams? Where's Junior's just another giant? I can get him in. Delity. Pika. Diamante. Honestly, I got a gauge for him. And, Denjiro. Kev Viper. If we're doing Carrot, we got Wanda right there. I think that's where the scaling of a lot of these guys is starting to kind of close the gap here. Okay. So we don't need to worry about these lowers anymore. So this is when it's going to have to start spreading out. I'd say, okay, let's get the Kaido Pirates and Dalton down here. C tier needs a lot more meat in there. Kobe's not the strongest of that tier. Too bad it chonked up again. Okay. I just need to remember. Okay, it's him. I'm going to put them all right here for now so that I can actually put these characters in a tier. It's after that little rat. Since this is just such a colossal tier list. This is not where they're going. Or anybody just joining, this is not where these guys are going. I gotta talk about them. It's just that only makes it up to F. And I gotta go all the way up. I'll be looking at what some of the stuff you guys say after I'm done categorizing everybody. some of these need to be low tier. Hawk, Bartomeo, and Toki. Okay, now we can actually put them in some of these tiers. All right. Wanda. No, not Wanda. We are nearing the higher end here. Let's start with the ninjas. A lot of these ninjas are special class and very like tough. Like I think an overwhelming majority of them could solo. Like if you got them all together, they could solo Robin like as a unit. I think individually their powers are a little lackluster though. Like they can definitely like nobody down here is touching them. But like for instance, can they kill a giant? Because I could believe Virgo could do it. I could believe the mud guy could cheat it. Bellamy with the bouncing. Uh, Even though some of these giants, I could actually realistically believe that they could take out some of these characters. It actually might be worth to say that, even though they're susceptible to what's her name's numbing thing. Because they can pierce right through it. It's too slow. Okay, so we'll say the ninjas just outright beat. So let's start with Raijin. I think Raijin is relative. Like most of these guys are under speed. I think speed beats a lot of these guys, or otherwise they wouldn't be in allegiance with each other if they weren't in the same realm. I'll say these guys are there, but I don't think they're all the same power strength. I think, where is he? Raijin and I think Taijin are like the same unit. These two are actually, I think, are a little bit weaker than that. Actually, these guys might be the kids. So I'll say these two guys on the clouds could. I think they could go toe to toe with the Skypians with like the cloud riding and stuff. Where somebody like some of these other guys, we don't know much about them. This guy actually belongs down here. He got soloed by Shinobu. Like she like cracked his nuts and he was out. I actually think he's like belongs to be somewhere with the Fishmen. I'd say he's just under Nolan. I think Nolan can solo him. And these cloud guys. Could they even beat some of these Devil Fruit users? They could. I think they could go toe to toe, but they might not be able to. Because they ran from Brook. I know it's a ghost, but it makes me think they're kind of weak. I'll say that they're better than Rebecca and King Rookie, but only because they have like the Nemesis speed and they're usually a unit. Individually, I'm not too certain. But they could just be faster than them because these are kind of just gladiators. They just run. She's got the gun. I don't think that shit works on Mr. 3. Remember, this isn't Mr. 3 or Mr. 2. This is current. Current, guys. I will say the Beast Pirates are in another realm. Where's Dalton? There he is. Solitaire is in the same class as Speed, and so is the Warden. They're all like in the same thing. As well as Big Mom subordinates, but I think this subordinate is actually closer to the ninjas. I'd actually say, for as far as feats, he's actually seen doing more. He took out some cooks while these guys were seen running away, but they're clearly fast as shit. This guy, like, he can, like, roll super fast through Mirror World. Like, he's super, super, super fast. I'll have her down here, too. I actually think she loses to them. She's, like, cocky for no reason. She just throws kunai. That's all she really does. But it's like, there's something on top of that. This guy's clearly, like, the chief. So he definitely has more prestige than a lot of the other ones. I'd even argue that he's, like, more closer to the higher end of that. I have no idea if this guy is just like a council, but he clearly leads like the whole platoon, so I'll have him like a whole nother league. Because he calls all the orders, and just because he looks funny doesn't necessarily mean anything like that. There needs to be no more shown, but usually in One Piece you have to be also strong to be a leader, and I just believe that if this guy does start doing stuff, clearly he's under the pay grade of like King, Queen, and all them. Otherwise, he would have protested Orochi's assassination. Which brings me to Wanda. Wanda and Carrot together come up to Yonko second level stuff because a lot of the minks have like absurd abilities when they're in a berserk form. I actually think this berserk form is close to some of the higher levels of these guys. I think it's like above Calvish. I think a Calvish sets the stage for that. If you're a mink and can transform, then that's where you're at. As a matter of fact, did that make kind of like narratively sense? I'd say Pedro is stronger than both of them, both her and Carrot. If he went berserk, but since there was no moon, he couldn't show us because he wanted to be on Gold Roger's crew. And then he went toe to toe with the Bond guy, which I'll get into in a second here. Ashina. I don't think Ashina was part of that unit yet. Hold on. Let me look at all the samurais really quick. Because Dog Strong and Cat Viper are definitely another level. I actually think they're supernova level. I think they're a whole nother league. King Koog is clearly like the baby of the group. Of the two of them, he got a blade on his leg and then he got like a gun. So I think Cat Viper's actually stronger. But not by much. They're clearly supposed to be even. But these guys are like a whole nother level. Like they're fighting Jack and stuff. And Jack is like, that's commander level, which I'll go to how strong that level even is when I get there. Where is? Oh, it's down here. Dendro. Dendro is part of that. I know for sure is with Kimimon. Dendro's strong as hell. I honestly think he's stronger than some of these warlords. It's like Toby Ropo. I'll come back to it. Kimimon as well. I'll get to it. Because I don't even think Don Flamingo is warlord level. I'll get to it and explain it in a second. These guys are kind of like here. Like, I'll move them. Oars is just another giant. I'd argue he's the weakest, even though he was part of Whitebeard's unit. Nah, it was near Admirals. Yeah, he's here. Technically, actually, I think he can beat all these guys in that thing. I think he's supposed to be like the strongest creature or whatever. He gives me Kaido vibes too. This is Logia. Are we at Logia yet? Hold on. This isn't where they're gonna be. I just want to move him out of the way. And Ashura is clearly stronger than most of these people. Ashura is like up here. Alright, yeah, he's stronger than Kinku. I'll put him up here for now. For now. Wait. Delente is stronger than most of these guys. I'd say he's I don't think he has hockey, but he's definitely stronger than Bellamy. But I don't think he's like literally just stronger than Bellamy. That's it. Because he killed Bellamy in base, or not killed him, but he was wrecking him in base. Whether Bellamy was fighting back or whatever is irrelevant. The fact that he was doing this and Bellamy wasn't even using string, they're probably just closer than we think. He had killer intent. Bellamy didn't. Hold'em is actually in the same realm as these guys, but I'd say Hold'em is he's probably closer to speed than Solitaire. Ooh, about Conjuro. For now. Wait. Conjuro's actually high key strong. This guy's stealth. He's with the other ninjas. Wherever I put them, he belongs. Not the weaker ones, the stronger ones. I'd say he's stronger than all the other ninjas. I'd put him here, actually. Yeah. Because he could do the technique. Actually, that's not even doing him justice off of a no showing. I'll just have this guy 1 tier on him. And then because he's actually done stuff, I'll have him actually ahead of her. She could definitely polymorph him and stuff, but he has ninjutsu. Arguably. Yeah, I think he's stronger than Kinku. Yeah. I'll put him at the top here. I don't think he's in the realm with the rest of the big shots, but he's definitely got the sword style that's useful right now. Arguably. I'll tweak it in a second. I just want to make it weeded out here. Who else we got down here that shouldn't be down here? Koala. I actually think Koala's kind of weak compared to like the other revolutionaries. I think she can beat CP9 members. I don't know about her beating Cairo Pirates. She kind of struggled down there, and all she has is like regular hockey. I don't think she's strong enough to beat some of these guys. You can make a case that she's stronger than at least these guys, so I'll put her like a little higher. But all we've seen her do is just like some attacks, and that's it. Maybe if she turned into a koala bear, I could be like, she's a strong Zoa type, but that would still put her like here. Maybe above speed in them, but for right now, no. Kuros is the strongest gladiator. This guy is kind of tough. He's definitely stronger than these guys. And he's going against Diamante, which is like second command of Don Flamingo, but these guys are fighting like in Yonko's second command. Because I don't think Calvish beats the gladiator. He's fought without a leg. Where is the rest? Are they actually all the way down here? Where's the little gremlin? That was the mark. Oh, it's another samurai, Bartolomeo. So he's like up here with him. He's definitely stronger than Raizo, for sure. Birdholt is actually around this tier, but I'd say he's just stronger than Calvish, and that's it. And then I'll go into Galadia or whatever his name is. Or Gladys. And then this is just like a very strong fishman. So he's above the rest of the guys that are like down there, I believe. Without using the steroid, but he's not that. He doesn't have too many showings. I'll just say he's above. He's under Rebecca. I think he loses to Rebecca for sure. But I think he could beat all these other fishmen. He's a revolutionary fishman. But he doesn't. All he does is break his arm in the show for right now. So we'll have to see what he can actually do in the army. Okay, let me move everybody down again because this list, this section is getting a little full. So let's have all the Skypians down here. This just goes to show you how far away the Skypians were from Enel. And I can finally add to the drum area. All the fishmen. Oh, the samurai at the bottom. And then he'll be the new gatekeeper. Is it 2? I want 3. 2 buggy pirates. Just like that. Twos, twos, twos. This still has 3, though. So either I can move up or move down. We'll do down, because there's more Skypians. And we'll add it all to 1. Because I don't want it to kind of chunk. Hippoeta and her. I don't think she's a tier above this. Oh, yes, she is. She's just captain. So he'll be the gatekeeper of that. I have to get past the flight. Yeah, I'll have both of them right here. Buffalo's probably stronger than this guy, though. True. Bare minimum fishman. So this is like 4 swipe. You get to 4 swipe and then you can go to these guys. But you have to be smarter than this guy. Nolan. I do think she's a whole tier on him. But I do think he beats most of the Skypians now. He's like really strong now. She might just be further up than him, but all the other characters are just stronger than that. I think I'm wrong with this guy right here. I actually think this guy's a lot weaker than I think. Sanji didn't really have too much trouble with a lot of these Skypians. But he did have to double Jamble to get up to his level. It's just how crazy durable Zoas are. Horty's more durable than that, though. So I actually think Horty should be above these members. God's definitely the weaker one, though. But I think he solos him. I think he's too fast. Too fat. We need to get it more down. Gatekeep. Gatekeep. Gatekeep giant. And then gatekeep rope. And then he'll be the king of like the fodder, I guess. Fodder can get kind of bigger. Yep, running out of space for these higher ones. Okay, and then giant. And then this is where the bottom of that will be. I have ores at the bottom here. We'll see if I have to move it down. I only got a few more left, guys. Alright. So the problem now is how to put them up here. Okay, let me talk for a second about why certain characters are where they're at that are higher. Okay. So Baby 5, I've mentioned that he can like suplex a lot of these guys and then hide in the water of land, like material. He's a little noble, so he's like lower than Calvish, but Calvish can like, dude, if Calvish goes to sleep, he's so blindingly fast that their only solution at the time was to use this invincible barrier. And honestly, if Bartholomew wasn't like a shit fighter, barrier really should put him a little bit more here with the warlords and stuff. Because even Odin couldn't get through the barrier. King's Punch doesn't get through the barrier. So technically he has like an invincible wall. But he's struggling with like Dome Flamingo men, which are crazy, but I don't know. It just goes to show what his battle prowess is with the ability if you're ignorant of the attack, which his opponent wasn't. Speaking of which, let's get his opponent, because he barely won that fight. I'm going to have to do this like every time now, though. That fucking sucks. He barely won that fight. I think Gaddius is stronger than Baby 5. I think he's more of a top officer with his abilities. He can expand any inorganic object and blow it up. and like parts of himself. So he's like pretty scary to fight. Technically, I think he could beat Calvish, but in the right circumstances, Calvish wins. I guess in more cases than not, this guy wins. Just a little bit stronger. Technically, he can stalemate Kuros, so he should be stronger. And he can stalemate a lot of these things until they run out of lifespan. So I'll have him slightly higher than a lot of these characters just because he can like neg their abilities. But some of their speed feats are kind of crazy. Burhall just a lot stronger than them. Okay. Hold on. Let me do the other ones before I, because I'm not even necessarily satisfied this list. I was just looking for places to put them. So the Kappa guy is like definitely faster and stronger than Raizo, but Raizo and them are definitely stronger than Kinku. Kinku's the baby. Raizo's got like ninjutsus and stuff, and then the Kappa's got like these like green sword techniques that are just so fast. He was taking out like beast pirates like it was nothing. When he was taking them out with like fish bones. If anything, that should make him like up here. But Ashura is like another level. Ashura fought Odin, who's like I want to say mountain busting at this point, but we were past mountain busting way down here. Cause these are already shredding through metal. He's just a few beneath under like island busting. Like it's kind of like these are giants, so they can already like shatter the mountain stuff. And then even though individually these guys don't do those things, it's kind of like this. Even though these guys are like actually tough guys, they're kind of just basic warrior tropes. So as soon as they start doing like weird crafty stuff, they kind of just are ignorant. So ignorant that they just lose. This guy isn't so ignorant, but he literally got beat by Luffy like just going gear second normal punch. So it's like giants are eventually going to be cracked. This guy gets rolled by the admiral. It's like it's just a really common thing with giants that they're insanely strong, but they just get rolled because they're stupid. So the more complex the abilities come into play, the more shit they can't do about it. So speaking of which, Diamante lost to Kuros. So he's here. But I don't like that he's right next to him. It's just he's not that strong. It was a 2v3. It was like a 2v3 though, but he was kind of just doing whatever he wanted. And then Kuros just took the L on what he was doing, like you can see in the picture, and then just rolled him. So I don't know. It's a Paramethian, just like him. None of these guys are Logias. None of them. Maybe him, but his powers are kind of like weird. Especially since hockey's getting thrown around a lot up here. Pika is actually pretty strong. Yeah, Pika overwhelms a lot of these guys. I actually think his pay grade is actually kind of cracked. I do think he can solo a lot of the samurai. Because even Kimimon was like freaking out about it. But they've gotten a boost since then. But it might just be like the 9 of them together gets them that high. Kimimon's stronger than him, for sure. He's still in his youth. This guy's old. I think what we can do... is have the samurais like this. I think Denjiro is stronger than him. And then Pika, I think Pika belongs up here. He's a Logia. All these guys just have like really good hockey or like an advanced special Prometheus ability or whatever that gives them like some edges in battles, like Minx being able to transform or whatever. But Logias are like a whole nother level. And the only real reason Boa is up here is because she has Conquerors. That's the only real reason why she's up there. Let me get some more Zoas. I won't get him yet. Let me get these last set of fishmen out of the way. The brothers. And then we can actually talk about... We're almost there, guys. Almost at the craziest ones. The three brothers. Neptune. These are Sea Beast. This is his prime. CP0. Hedgehog. The Hedgehog actually was like asked to teach all these guys and take them in, so it makes me think he actually was kind of strong. I don't think he's as strong as they turned out to be, but I definitely think in his prime he's at least above Kinku. Probably Kobe too. Kobe's pretty inexperienced. He's getting scars and he's fighting a warlord now, but I honestly think warlord for Dynamo is kind of like 1-to-1, except for Odin, who was a special case. Sea Beast. All the Beast. CP0. I'll just start crunching them together down here, guys. Admirals. Straw Hats. Revolutionaries. There's another supernova. Scratchman can Apu can just can even blow up an admiral with his abilities. I'm not gonna say the supernovas are stronger yet. Some of them are probably gonna be moved down. I just want to move a lot of them around. Up there is probably gonna change a lot. Whitebeard. I honestly kind of just want to put Whitebeard in S tier right now. This guy had the fruit that could destroy the world. Like, that's easy S tier already. The order is what's going to dictate when characters need to go in different spots. Let me just... Hold on. Is there any other gremlins I can grab from, like, Don Flamingo's area? Yeah, there's Treble. Treble is a Promethean, too. He's just like Diamante. He is not a Logia. I think same with Don Flamingo. This is when they're still, like... Logia is still not a thing yet. Where's Diamante? There he is. I think Treble's stronger. Diamante was sent... Even though Diamante was sent to deal with combat, so it seems like Don Flamingo thinks he's better off, I think it's like... Sugar was a bigger deal to defend. So having Treble right next to him makes more sense. Pika is like the guard to castle. Because he can become the whole thing. We're still not even at war, or we're still not even at Yonko stuff, really. Ooh, there's Dolphy. I actually think Dolphy, even though he's not a Logia, I actually think he belongs up here. An A. I'll get to where exactly he's supposed to be, but for right now, I'll leave it alone. Alright, Big Mom. You can grab Ace. Yeah, Ace with Marco. Diamond Jose. Zoro with Luffy. Let's just get the Straw Hats together. Even though I'll tell you where these guys are gonna be soon. Revolutionary. So we're currently at like, yeah. Let me grab some of the nobodies. So we got him, Caesar, all the fishmen. And a couple of the seed beasts are actually kind of whatever. Numbers are strong. I think they're drunk right now, and they're still pretty tough. But some of these animals do have some crazy feats that I want to say. Is that all for the animals? I believe I put more. Lucky Roo, raid suits. Brule gets captured a lot. Orochi's kind of threatening. Some of these guys have really good showings. Yeah, he's a sea beast. All right, let's do this guy first. So he has the ability to cut people with his scissors. So his power is actually kind of limiting. I actually think he barely beats like Nolan. Like he lost to the girl. Actually, where's the other girl? Yeah, he lost to her. That's even really high for him because he had a devil fruit. Yeah, he lost to her straight up. But I think he beats Gin and all them. Yeah, he's down here. H. I thought I got rid of all the small fries. Yeah, he's weak. I was gonna put him higher up under like Nolan because maybe he could fight some of these fishmen or whatever. But I actually think he loses because she lost to her. All right. Let's do the brothers. And Neptune and the squid if we can. I'll just move all of them up. And I'll say what I think of these guys. I honestly think Odin belongs S tier. I'll put him way up there if I can. I'll say where he belongs in it, but for right now, he's up here. Where are the brothers? The brothers are strong as fuck. Where's the uglier one? Yeah. I actually think they beat the Glads. But where are they in comparison to Skypia? My thing with the brothers is they're clearly the kingdom's guardians, and the only real reason, the only time they are even remotely feeling threatened is with Big Mom, who's a Yonko, so it's understandable. Most of their attacks are just like barrages of spears, but I'm pretty sure these guys are strong as hell. Actually, matter of fact, let me see something real quick. Oh, I have not seen these guys like that arc was like really rough. Hold on. One Piece. I don't even know how to spell these guys' names. Oh, there it is. It's Fugabushi. I know Fugabushi can fight the most, but what did he do? I remember reading it before starting this list. Oh yeah, he just took out the fishman. That's all he could do. Okay, unfortunately, I thought they were higher level stuff, but they're just stronger than these guys, so they're actually in the correct spot. This octopus, the same thing. Neptune though is way higher than all them. Even Laboon, I'd say, has more showings, but I'll say because Luffy pre-time skip can beat him, he's fine right here. This monkey's got a lot of showings. This little baby here actually belongs down here. Caesar belongs higher up, and so does Brule. So, about Neptune. Neptune is intense. I think in his prime, he's negotiable for it, and even CP0 was going to have to hold him back. I'll have him. I'd say he's higher than Kuros, but I don't know if he could beat the Minx. He's a pretty threatening force. I think Berthold is when everybody when these brute force people get involved, they just lose. This monkey, dude, actually belongs up here. This monkey fought both Ulti and Page 1, and I know he's just holding him back, but the fact that he's holding back two Toby Robos is kind of crazy. Caesar only lost to like a Gear 3 Luffy, but he is a Logia, and it's poisonous. Brule actually is fine here, but I definitely think Brule is stronger than this little girl here. Or is just stronger than the monkey, I'd say. It's like Admirals versus Toby Ropo. You guys can think. Well, we'll get to them. Let's get Izo. We ain't done with up there, but let me get more people. The Charlottes. Are there any other ones? I see he's in the same level as the Charlottes. Rayleigh, Ulti, Blackbeard's crew, Stuzy, Gangbirch, Kid, Law. And these are some of the other officers. We'll get to them. About Izo. Izo is like right above his brother. If anything, you could argue that Izo is stronger than a lot of these guys because he's been with Whitebeard all this time. But he kind of focuses more on like a gun technique. So it makes me think he's just a little bit stronger than his brother, but weaker than most of the other samurai. Aside Dog Strong and them. They make it seem like Kimimon's kind of like the strongest, but clearly it's Denjiro with what he could do. Like he stopped Zoro's attack and all that crap. So he's like on a regular basis on edge, and he's got like this vengeful spirit in him. So it makes me think he's like more up here with these guys. And then for Cat Viper and Dogstorm, these guys are like fighting, and they're like, wow, this is a next level thing. And then they have a mink form on top of their already next level thing. So I actually think they're stronger when they're mink form. But if it was base to base, I guess you could have them down here with the rest of them. But because they have that berserk form, it's actually kind of crazy. This is the Butter Girl. Her powers are a little like it's another Paramethian thing, but it's definitely stronger than a lot of these other guys. Like she'll just get them. I actually think she only really gets Nami where the Minx. It's clear that like Pedro's on another realm, and like especially with Formose, I think she's only like here. Cause she can like grease up their swords, but they go berserk. Like she can only like manifest butter and stuff. So it's another one of those affect the world around you ability, not become an ability or whatever. This guy's basically just a worse flare user, like Paramethian only. So I actually think even though he's like shooting fire at like the non-rage suits, I actually think he belongs down here. Like him and Brule. The difference is Brule can at least take you to another dimension, but him just doing like basic fire moves is kind of like whatever for this tier anyway. The only thing that kind of makes me want to think that they're bumped up is their status as Big Mom Pirates. But the only one that actually has a crazy status like that is this guy. This is Bobbin. And he has hypnosis powers. And, okay, we don't know how many characters it works on. But if the characters in Germa are worried about it, it's clearly something that's scary. So since it's even hypnosis, it can go through the screen. I think this. However, he does get bopped by the end of the arc, so I actually think he's like here-ish. I think the samurai are kind of hard to jump as of right now in the story for certain characters. And I'll move the thing down soon. Okay. She is one of the people that can like murk an army by herself. Like she can take a kingdom all by herself. So it's another one of those. She has the title to kill like a bunch of shit. I'd argue she's stronger than the butter. But the butter might fuck with the blade. She's just a really tough swordsman in that crew. She doesn't have an ability though. Kyros could take out a kingdom though. He's just noble. But she definitely beats these guys. For sure. Calvish, you could maybe say his berserk form's crazy, but if she's taking out a whole kingdom by the time a song's over, like, come on. Come on. You're stronger. And you know it. Okay, this guy is the, oh, what does he make? It's not flour. He makes, cream. The cream user. It's not as sticky as, like, mochi or anything. It's just, like, an overwhelming goop. Really? I'd put him right next to Mr. 3. Because his, at least, is, like, harder than steel. But, clearly, it's, like, a very annoying amount of goo. That the only real reason why Jinbei is able to box him is because of the Fishman Karate. They all beat her. You know, her stun I don't know would work on Orge, so I might actually have her like down here. It's against a wild beast. I think Orge could probably just step on her or roll on her or something. But these guys are clearly susceptible to like poison that Mr. 3 was doing way back then. So her pushing a dart on Luffy is kind of like a bigger deal. But Orge, I guess I'll make a special exception for. You could argue that she could still do it. But a lot of you guys might say that she's just stronger than, or she's weaker than giants. This is the hare and the crane. This is another, like, same feats as, the long neck girl. I don't know where she's at. His is the same feats, but clearly, they're better with speed and precision, where she's better with just murdering through like everything, like iron. So I'd say she's like stronger, but he's like faster. But it's like the same realm. They don't have abilities, but they're like strong as hell. Like they're stronger than a lot of these characters because they could just like blitz through a kingdom, like very very efficiently and fast. Because of literally on-screen feats, where a lot of these other guys are just kind of 1v1s. And it's not as crazy. This guy can put you in a book. This is like, what's her name? Where is she? This is like Brule's, but I'd argue his is better, because he can control you a little bit better. Let me get the Promethean a little down. He can control you in the book. He can like staple a screw through your hand. So unless you're a Logia, you're in that book. Stuck there. This guy can change his shape. This guy's undead, so it doesn't matter. He can like rip off his arms or whatever. He can slow. Technically, this is where I think Snivy should be down here a little bit more. He could slow down the cream and the fire, but the transporting the worlds is kind of like above his pay grade. Even some of these other ones. I might even put them just a tier up because it's like a whole nother realm that a lot of people can't deal with. The thing is Baby or Senior Pink could probably swim through it. And then the Tauntaun guy, I guess I could put him here. I think the Tauntaun guy couldn't do anything about it besides like shatter the mirrors. As for the rest of them, I think they just hold the L, except for like Bluno, but his whole door dimensional thing, he might have to move his arms to go through a door. Okay, Morgan's. This guy took out a CP9 agent like on screen with one punch, so he's already better than like all the CP9 already. We don't know much more outside of that, but if he's easily taking out people that are E tier, then he at least belongs like honorable mention here. I don't know what he could do to the rest of them, but if he's confidently pecking at Big Mom, it makes me think that he actually probably is stronger than a lot of these other guys. But I don't know anything. All I know is he's stronger than CP9 members. Technically off guard. We don't know that much about him. Gang Burge. See, this is my issue with the Supernovas and why they're so high for me. Supernovas, he fought Big Mom with his Rook thing. It didn't work, but it's just kind of like, this is kind of crazy stuff that they can do. They can kind of go berserk, but I'll go into where each one places after I'm done putting them all in their own separate tier. Law, same thing. Kid's actually got kind of cracked. I don't know what their plans are for him, but I actually think he's got a lot of promise. Okay, I think that's all the like those guys. So, okay. Can we grab more supernovas, or are we doing admirals yet? Because I don't think Toby Ropo is admiral level yet. I actually don't think that's true. Hold on, let me check on y'all. Let's log. Oh, you guys are talking about retail tycoon or some shit. Peckham's is like around that tier with Pedro, as well as this Bond guy. I can't say much about the numbers. Second in command of Big Mom Pirates. Big Mom herself. Kaido. We can easy rank those. There's the Warlord stuff. I feel like there's another Warlord around here somewhere. Kuma, right? Kuma's weird, though. Where's my boy Kuma? There's Oven. Pretty sure Oven is a... I don't think he's a Logia, but he seems like it. Cracker. Where the hell is another... There's more straw hats I can stick together. Hold on, I'm grouping everybody right now. They're all together. Shanks. Chardonnays. numbers. Just another admiral. Smoothie. That's a big one. Smoothie's actually a big one. That's like a whole nother cliff. On one wolf. Son Goku. Where the hell is there's another warlord. Oh, right here. Brook, Warlord, Usopp. Where's Nami? Nami, Zoro, Magellan. I guess we can start talking about the numbers. I'm so scuffed. I can't say Katakuri yet. I gotta hold off on that. They're already together. Cracker, Katakuri. I'm just getting Big Mom stuff out of the way first. Even though I should be grouping them down here. Marco, Ace, since he already did Whitebeard, and Izo, Diamond Jose, with Vesta, Goldie, King can go Kaido. I think Kaido's already right here though. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Queen. I got enough of a gaggle here to move up. Yeah, let's move up. Okay, Peckham's and this guy right here. They're definitely under Pedro. Pedro bopped individually. I think they're weaker than Carrot. Because when Carrot actually gets serious, she'll womp them. He has hockey. He's part of the Mink tribe, so he could probably go berserk himself, but we haven't seen it yet. Probably will. If it's Big Mom level berserk stuff, it could probably rival them. But Peckham's have beaten this dude already. Like, he's clearly stronger than him. Where I don't think Wanda can beat them. I think Wanda is just helpful to Carrot with Persephone. That's where they're at. They're just under those guys. Weevil, Gecko Mori, and Mihawk are Warlord level. I'd say of the Warlords, Weevil's the weakest. Because a lot of them have like game ender moves, which I'll get to. He has hockey. I do think Smoker actually loses that. Smoker loses at least 3 of these. I know he's Logia, but I actually think these 3 just kill him. Even though he's Logia. But I'll edit in a second. I was just looking at it. Like, I was like, what? No, up here. Marco's crazy. She's fighting like, he can fight Big Mom. He's mythical Zoa. He's definitely on the lower end, but I'll get to it in a bit. Kaido, Big Mom are S tiers for sure. Where is Big Mom? I just had her. S tiers for sure. I wanted to save some of these big guys for later, but I gotta move them all the way up here. Like I gotta just do it. I'll change it, but I still think Whitebeard's probably highest. This guy could clang with Warlords. He's kind of like unknown, but he could definitely at least hold back. Which, if I gave Monkey E for holding back to, I'll have him here. I don't know how much stronger he could be to Kelvish's demon form. If he could hold back Mihawk, who's like here, he at least deserves this. Because I think Toby Ropo might even be higher than these guys. I'm not sure yet. Diamond Joe's did the same thing. I think a lot of Whitebeard's crew is actually kind of fodder. Like, they're strong as hell and they have hockey and everything, but compared to some of like the crazier guys that come later, they don't seem too great. Ooh, but I got an instant consistency era. We might be moving an L soon. Hold on. This is not what it's gonna look like. I gotta tweak a lot of people up here. And Nell is definitely gonna be weaker than these guys. I'll say that right now. And I'll explain why later. Ace is like second command. He fought Yamato. But I don't think she even transformed. Ace is strong as shit though. I'll have him up here for now. Katakuri. Katakuri, Cracker, and then the numbers as well as the other ones of these guys. King. Magellan. Ursophone. Queen. Just moving them up. Moving them up. They're definitely high contenders for sure. Let me just get all the guys up here. Let me get them all up. Smoothie. I kind of need to come back for these guys, but I'll just move them up for now. Because these are like the top officials of Big Mom's crew. They're actually kind of big. Let me make sure I'm not forgetting anybody down here. I don't think I am. Okay. Okay. I just need to move them all the way up here so I can actually do shit with them. Because I need to eventually move all these guys up there. Because these guys are definitely some of the hardest hitters. Oh, there's Kuma. Jinbei is part of their crew. We might be moving a lot of people down when we get to like the crazier S tier guys for right now. Lucy is Kaku. Suzy. Yeah, these guys are all insane. Okay, maybe not him. And these guys are not that great either. I do need to put up the Toby Repo. Oop, I forgot about Monette. Who else did I forget down here? Since this is kind of small now. I think that's all of them for right now. Okay. Let's give Monette in the tier with Virgo. Because they're like the same realm. She's, I actually think it's a Logia, but they treat it more like a Promethean by the time she shows up. Kuma. Kuma's actually disgusting. I can't wait to talk about him. Monette, where's Virgo? There he is. I actually think Monette is probably stronger at like getting people down because of her devil fruit, but he does have like full body ornament. I'll say that hers is better because she can subdue people better, but I don't know. It's kind of tough. Tough to say. Oh man, I know everybody doesn't really talk about these guys, but I fucking love the Germa. They're so funny, dude. I won't let it use as a bias, but just seeing them makes me hear the theme in my head. I think Prime, this guy, is close to. The, I'm pretty sure even Kaido thought that if this guy teamed up with Odin, it was over. So I actually do think he's up here. Because he's teaching Luffy that strong hockey or whatever. Numbers, it's hard to judge because they're drunk. I definitely want to say that even drunk, they're here. Or actually, no, they're in a good spot here. They're drunk right now though, so it's hard to say. If they weren't drunk, I think it'd be different. But they're competing with like Minx, and it's only one. Jack the Deuce, Jack and whatever. Yeah, they actually might be deserving more up here because Jack and them are fighting an ass ton of Minx, which is only where to put the Minx, like here-ish. Yeah, I actually think the numbers are disgusting. Individually, not even as a group. Yeah. 1v1 Kimimon probably does take it. But for right now, it's like taking all the Minx. I might move Kimimon up. Ashta could probably take out one. They might not have hockey. I think they could do it. Because he claimed with Odin. The hell. But the numbers are kind of stupid. I think Raizo just runs as they chase and try to kill him. Too much for him. Kobe loses. These guys lose. The guns aren't going to do anything. He could like bury her for a while, but I think it'd be over. I think the numbers are actually a pretty big deal. Did I make sure everybody's in the spot? Because I got to rearrange them once I'm done moving everybody in. Let's just start moving in the Blackbeard Pirates. Is this all of them? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, 9. I'm pretty sure they're 10. Yeah. Lafitte. I'll just go ahead and put Blackbeard at the top. No, the top. Or no. I need to move all these pirates up, dude. Yikes. And then I'll organize them. I kind of want to just grab the CP zeros and stuff in here now while I'm down here. Government officers. And then I'll do Straw Hats last. After Revolutionaries, here's another supernova. Almost there, boys. For people watching this live, I'm going to get food when I'm done with this list. Okay, you rats. I'm moving everybody up the tier list because this tier list is humongous. He ain't in tier. He ain't in H. I would never do my boy Akina that dirty. Because I need to move him up. I kind of want to move all the Blackbeard guys now. Vasco shot. Alvaldo. Dude, I love the Blackbeard Pirates, dude. I haven't even moved any of these guys yet. Like King and everybody. Oven, smoothie. Yeah, I need to move some of these guys up first. Okay, where can we put some of these guys? I'd say at the very least, these guys are supernova level. At the top, honestly. Magellan is actually insane. People do not talk about this guy enough. I'll have him just next to them. Cracker's up here too. Where's my boy Katakuri? Did I leave him? Katakuri. There he is. Smoothie. Oven's actually down here. Actually, Smoothie is too. There's Dolphy. Yeah, he's up there. And these guys are here. Persephone up here. Blackbeard Pirates. I don't know his fruit, but if he can break into that, he's got to be kind of cracked. Yeah, I think all the Blackbeard Pirates are just kind of cracked. Like, I can't think of a situation where they're not. They probably don't beat the officers. Officers are better. What do you say? Yeah. Boogie's just a placeholder there. It's the warlord tier. I just need to move everybody. Make sure I don't forget anybody down here. Yeah, look, I almost left the admirals in F tier. Lucy, Stuzy, Kaku, Kizaru, Akainu. Okay, I'll actually briefly say this right now. I think CP0 is probably gonna be cracked, but I can't say it's higher than Supernova right now. So I'm only gonna put them probably here because we haven't seen what they can do, but we know that they're probably like 9 prestiges higher than that. That kind of is gross. Put him there for now. I'll put all the admirals up here for now. For now. Carp. I'll leave those there. I need to grab, what, a few more characters, I think. And then I can organize the top tiers. Oh, yeah. Let me get the Straw Hats last. So I get all the Enigmas out of the way first. These guys. Shanks. Shanks' crew. I'll just grab the people we know. Sabo. As well as the rest of the revolutionaries. I didn't bring Jack yet. I'll probably bring him up. And then Rayleigh and Gold Roger. Ooh, this is starting to lag. Oh, what? Can you guys still see me? Oh my god. Oh my god, I thought I lost the list, guys. I tried to grab Goldie Roger and it said, oh snap. You putting Goldie Roger H tier? Yeah, right. No, the tier list saves on its own, but that was kind of sus. This is revolutionaries. Okay. Come back. Just go ahead and put him at the top. Damn, dude. What a fucking journey it is. Ooh, actually. No, he doesn't lose. Depends on where I put. What's his name? Yeah, if he's under that, he's probably an A. Yeah, I'll just cut to the chase on Shanks. Lucky Roo. guys are even stronger than that. Oh, don't do this to me again. This list is so crazy. It's so laggy. We'll see about these guys. They're probably going to be highest on that. Did I miss any? I could have sworn I just picked up Goldie Roger. Yeah. You guys just have to hold out. I gotta move all these guys across time and space. Like, literally. And then I have to say stuff about them when they're moved. Because I want them ordered. What? What part? Why would I make 2 separate videos? How would I cut it out? I'm not a YouTuber. It's like I'm doing something right now. How would I focus on the One Piece list and you focus on your baby noises? How does that sound? Muse up here. Old Roger. These guys are up here. What's up? I don't want to make sure I forget anybody here. AT kind of looking thick. We don't know how strong these guys are, but they're probably cracked. I'm not going to push any envelopes yet. Alright, all I need is the Toby Ropo. Yamuto. And the Straw Hats, and we're done with moving characters up. And then I'll be able to order them. We all knew that this would be a huge undertaking. All the characters in one piece. We all knew that going in. And don't act like you don't. We're up to B. We're almost there. And then I just need to talk about a few characters in C, B, and then we can say what happens with the A's and the S's. And then the tier list is done, guys. You can all rest easy. Where did I put the Toby Ropo? Here's stuff I haven't even judged yet. But one thing's for certain, Luffy's at least up here with the supernovas. So is Zoro, because he's a supernova. Okay, we can actually start talking about this, guys. We're actually here. So give me 1 second. Whew, boy. We are currently on the home stretch of all these tiers here. Because I haven't even talked about them. I've just been moving them up. Okay. So first things first. Bottom of B tier. I guess since it got a little scrambled, the bottom is kind of like shaky of where it was. Because I was talking about it earlier. Because it was the samurais. So yeah, let's just get Smoker down here. These guys have hockey, so he loses. Hika beats Smoker for sure. He's got the stone fruit. No hockey, but he can put himself in the whole thing and make himself colossal. If anything, he could probably rip off the island. And I need to move up these. So actually, it's more like Smoker's down here. Because these guys are commander level. And that there's a thing I need to talk to you guys about commanders. Commanders can keep up with admirals. And admirals, at bare minimum, are Kizaru. And Kizaru is light speed. So, wherever these guys are, Doflamingo, or not Doflamingo, Enel should be under. Even though Enel is like lightning speed is actually not even crazy anymore in One Piece. And as a matter of fact, I think Enel's around here. Under some of these guys, honestly. Where's Pedro's there? Where's Enel at? I gotta put him down a few pegs. Where you at, Enel? There you are. I know he's like from Skypians, so this isn't like a big deal, but some people think because he moved lightning speed that he's relevant to a lot of these characters, but I actually think he loses to these guys already have hockey right here in the Big Mom level. I don't think they've gone as far as lightning speed feats, but they probably have it for what they do into characters with their boxing. Neptune Clear has it. Birdhawk can hide in this thing. He reacted at point blank range to a King Punch. I don't think he's weaker than Smoker, though. If anything, I'd say Smoker is closer to here. Wanda doesn't have any hockey, so I can't put her higher than that. She, uh, like once we see her Mink in action, I can maybe put her closer to Carrot. But we know Carrot's fought all the Big Mom's crew, and then is gonna fight Persephone, and then this guy's beating him. I think Enel, lightning speed. I think Enel still beats Smoker. I don't think he beats any of these other guys though. Assuming these guys don't have hockey, but I don't think electrocuting them is actually a big deal. Luffy Gear 4 punches these guys, and they get back up. Most of them. Yeah, Nell's down here. This is like, I don't even think this is lightning level. I actually think a lot of these characters are already faster, because she moves it so fast that she bounces on the water like lightning. But I don't think Enel beats Smoker. And a lot of these other guys don't even really have hockey yet. He does, but he's kind of slow. Virgo has it. I don't think Spring is lightning level yet, because Luffy just kind of like reacts to it. Probably like a very fast thing. I'd say Enel's here. Lightning speed isn't actually that big of a deal in One Piece. After Skypiea, it's just they don't like show you like feats of people moving faster, other than the fact that Luffy keeps up to it, and then a lot of the higher pay grade people, like especially like the Yonko stuff, can react to light, which is faster. Let's get him out of the way. Since he does have hockey, I think he could sense Pika. But I still think Pika beats Smoker with the stone stuff. So he could find him. Can you believe? I bet you the Enel lovers are like, what the fuck is this dude doing here? Maybe Birdhawk can't flex on the Devil Fruit. Loki is. I'll put him over the Butter Girl. And then Neptune, I actually think is a little too high. I think Neptune. I think he loses the Birdhawk. So right now. Too bad the numbers are drunk. Because they're drunk. I'm just going to assume they have hockey. They work. Sabo's got the Dragon Claw. This is all like hockey grade stuff now. Can we do any... Are we done with C? Who in B could I bring down? Probably Caesar. Caesar's not too crazy. Anybody with like decent hockey can womp this guy with poison resist. The poison is kind of scary though. I'd say he's over here with a now. Logia users that can't really deal with hockey. That aren't fast. I'd say a no. We don't know how poison works on Logias. He may just beat Enel just like that. Because it's not the speed of smoke. It would be more or less you can't inhale around him. So unless Enel was like zapping towards him and then hitting him and then running away, it'd be fine. But if gas works on your lungs and stuff like that, then it doesn't matter how fast you're like running to him and leaving. Because eventually you're going to breathe in poison and die. Where the rest of these guys, I'd say maybe Raizo and the Hedgehog are lower. But the Hedgehog, they're definitely better than Big Mom's Pirates because of Datamo stats. Yeah, even him. I'd say he's just under Neptune. And this guy's a ninja, so it's kind of like he's just evasive, but his actual strengths with hockey is probably like more unknown. He could probably get a good swing on some of these guys, but I don't know if he could necessarily keep up with everything that's going on. Just because of how it happened in Udon, where he was in the prison cell. Uh, a lot of the beast pirates were able to keep up with him, but that could be just once you get to Yonko level stuff, lightning speed or the speed of sound or all that stuff is actually not that big of a deal. So the beast pirates are just that fast. You can think of it as a stretch if you want. With this, clearly, once you get up to these higher realms, speed is a little ambiguous. It kind of makes it seem like if you don't have like the hockey to keep up, you're just literally done. Okay. Who else can we bring down here? Who can we bring down? I guess we could bring down Usopp. Usopp doesn't belong up here. I'd say he gets rolled by most of these people. Not down here, but up here. He already beat her. He could probably be like a good portion of these mom pirates, but I don't think he beats Kyros. I think Kyros eats any. These are his special attacks, and Kyros just eats it and then hits him with the sword, and he dies. Until he gets like an amp or something, he's down here. Same with Nami. I think this is where these two belong. I'd say Usopp's stronger. He's sturdier. If anything, Nami lost to the Butter Lady and with this girl's help. So I'd say Nami's actually more close to... I'd say she's actually a whole tier down. Until she gets like Zeus, I actually think she's like... She's actually way down. I don't want to put her over Morgan's. Ooh, I did forget one. Page 1 is supposed to be up here. Nami's one of the weak. I'd say Nami's actually like the weakest. I could probably put Usopp down a little further. I don't know if he could necessarily beat any of these guys. Let's have Nami closer to the samurais people. Or to the CP9. Because she's not beating a giant. Some of these guys are, but Nami isn't. I'll say Nami can beat, like, some of the ninjas and Koala. And then same with Usopp. They're neck and neck. I'd say they're literally in the same pay grade, though. Until these guys get amps, I can't put them higher. That's swinging over, like, I don't even know what. Because it's kind of weird to see the Foxy Pirates guy here above some of these people, even though he's a captain. But at the same time, these giants, though. Like, what thunderstorm is taking these guys out? What special attack could Usopp do to take out a giant? For some of these guys, this guy's taking out CP9 in one punch. This guy's ragdogging the guy underneath him, who can already keep up with like he's a high-ranking rookie or whatever. You could argue maybe Takashi probably couldn't do it, but with their training, I think she's strong enough now. And these are some of the beast pirates and stuff. It's pretty low for E, but it's over stuff like the god of, like, in most of the Skypia arc on her own. So she's come a long way. Let's do Chopper. Chopper is equivalent to, like, a number himself, if you ask me. I'd say he's just better, stronger than all the numbers individually. But not better than somebody like Sabo. Because Sabo's technically second in command, but I don't think he's stronger than most of these guys. Yeah, he's second, so let's put Morley. I think swap him out for Sabo. Betty. I'd say she's actually like, she's a support fruit, so it's kind of like, actually, that would make Betty like low tier trash. Because even though she's like one of them, all she is supporting. Until we see something where she can amp herself or something, she's actually here at the bottom. Because she's probably like a combatant and holds herself up, because they've only seen her fight like Orangebeard or whatever. She could probably keep up with these guys. Probably. We don't know enough about her, so I just have her at the bottom, just like Mori, because there's not enough to know. And like that guy that got like a thumb for a forehead. This guy too. He's got a bunch of gadgets, but he can like burrow. I'd say gadgets beat it. The crow guy looks the coolest, but I don't know how fierce crows are in One Piece, so I'll have him here. From the looks of it and how people were kind of like scared of him the most, it might just be looks. He's probably stronger than these guys, but we've actually seen this guy like do some high-tech stuff in Celestial area, and his gadgets are probably cracked. Like, he's already using a jetpack, so he has flight. Like him, but then he's got other gizmos where we only have the crows with him, which we don't know if they're, like, organic or whatever. So it's actually more like these three are down here, but they're literally they're a quadrant of the world captain of it. That's why I said Betty should be higher, but her fruit seems like a support fruit from what we've seen. Like Nico Robin, I think. Nico Robin is like around. She's weaker than Kiros, for sure. Diamante overwhelmed her. Like, maybe they give her another thing after this arc, but for right now, she's like, I'd say the Tauntaun guy literally wrecks her. She could probably crack his back, though, and the rest of these guys, but she's down here. Usopp and her are just a little bit weaker. She's like a tier above them there. Brook is probably like down here as well. I'd say Brook probably beats Kobe. He did a lot of stuff with Pedro in Big Mom's area. They're around the same pay grade. I'd say he's only getting stronger, though. I actually think he is stronger than Aizo and Ginku at this point, though. And the thing that Chopper has is Monster Point. But that Soul Fruit is kind of weird. It's got a lot of jank in it. I think Brook's stronger than Chopper. And then they both beat numbers. But it would probably take... I think it would take Brook longer to deal with them. But he could probably just not die to them, where Chopper might get overwhelmed. There is some more Straw Hats. I'll get the Straw Hats out. We don't know enough about CP0. If I had to guess, CP0 are deserving of spots over these guys, though. So I'll just put them at the bottom of A. And then the other thing I'll do, because we don't know what happened to Sabo yet, but depending on how situations went down, Sabo being like the strongest one going down here is kind of like, because Yvonne wasn't there, so you can't even gauge Yvonne to that. You can only gauge him to the war. Koala wasn't there, Hawk wasn't there, but we do know that these two are here. I think he was as well. I don't know about Betty. This guy was like... He survived an explosion of Pedro, but Pedro had no choice. So his kind of thing is like... I don't think he's better than the second command. The thing is we got Carrot and Wanda going up against them. So if together they can climb a tier, it makes sense. I don't think he deserves any higher than that with his candy fruit. Who else in B? Because I might need to bring some people down. Because Scratchman and Pooh is kind of like the weaker of the supernovas, but it is like the speed of sound. Which isn't crazy in One Piece, but it is kind of like what they do to resort to it is they close their ears. So they don't hear it. So they're fast enough to put their hands on their ears so they don't hear a sound. Okay. Kumba's kind of cracked. But the problem with Kumba is he's full machine now. So if he's full machine, do we gauge him when he had the paw fruit? Or do we talk about now that he's full machine? Because full machine right now, he's a slave. So if we do full fruit, his fruit was actually disgusting. So I'm going to actually put him up there with the supernovas. Buggy's kind of trash. I put him up here as a warlord thing, but it's actually more like Buggy is like here. A lot of these characters don't have a thing to deal with Buggy. Like, he's got this fruit that just literally makes him invincible to a lot of things. Like, you could argue Buggy gets crushed by this guy, but what if the guy goes for the play and he just spreads out and leaves, and doesn't? Like, he keeps avoiding him. And then certain samurai just don't even kill him. And Cowbush can't kill him. But Logias can. Like, devastate him. Alright. I'm gonna do Frankie next. Frankie, I don't think he's at the level of this guy's tech. But I do think he's a lot stronger than these guys. He's versing Toby Europa right now. I think since it's a 1v1, he actually does deserve to be in another separate tier. Just because it's a 1v1. Like, if any or if all Toby Ropo are at least B tier or A tier, and he beats one in a one-on-one. And remember, top of D tier, he did beat. So him being... He has to remotely be at the high end of C tier, mid tier of C, or at the bottom of B. And for right now, I'm bottom of B until I weed out everybody. Speaking of bottom of B, I put Orochi here. I think it's good to have Orochi here, even though his fruit can be catastrophic. But as far as we know, it may not be stronger than a lot of the under ones here, but the only one that's really even boxed them is Kaido. And I don't think Frankie and like the thing that makes me think Orochi should be higher is he talks shit to Supi Zero. But he might just be talking shit because of Kaido. Alright. If Frankie's boxing Sakaki and it's going even from what we know, where is Sakaki? Is he too high? Did I put him too high or did I forget him down below? No, I didn't forget him, did I? I definitely have him on the list. I just don't know where I put him. I don't think I put him A. No shot. Where is this bastard? There's Alti. Page 1. Who's Who. Black Maria. Did I accidentally, like, throw him in one of the slots? Hold on. Not in here. Yeah, there he is by accident. Okay, if this guy is like even with Frankie, I'll say he probably has the edge, and Frankie might be needing help because he was confident with fighting. What's her name? But for right now, it's kind of like I'd say gauge these two together, because he got off guarded by where is he? Got to be higher, right? It's the samurai, Denjiro. I don't know where he went. I'll just leave it be for now. So yeah. I think they're here. He's got the Triceratops thing going for him, which may pierce through the armor of Frankie. I honestly think Frankie should be higher, but for right now, we don't know. So I'll just say Frankie's probably the underdog in this situation, and he may need help from his crew to get past this, because he's Toby Robo status. And then another one that's kind of like stupid strong that I don't know what's going to go down that's underneath these guys, because he's actually pretty high in command with the whole thing. You can make an argument that he's actually down here, which I might just do, just to have this be a little bit more consistent, because the other guy I'm going to have down here is Jinbei. I actually think Jinbei is a lot more cracked than this, but I think Jinbei is so going to stomp Who's Who. I think it's going to be like Jinbei stomps Who's Who, and Frankie might be kind of rough. But if anything, it'd be each one is stronger than this one. But this is like low Topi Robo level supernova shit already. So it's actually like a really high. I mean, he's already Warlord, so being in the Warlord tier fighting with people that are close to Warlord level is kind of tight. I could put him top, but again, we don't know enough about CP0, and some of the other ones I think are stronger. Though I will say Page 1 is durable, but I think he's actually kind of like weaker than Frankie. Because Sanji like kicked him around for free. And now they're getting duped by like, according to me, a monkey. Where's the monkey? Who's like E. Same with Ulti. But Ulti at least has the feat of pushing Luffy to Gear 4. Where's Ulti? Yeah, so I'd say Ulti is actually stronger than all of them just because of her attitude. She has a lot of murderous intent. I don't think they're even at all. I think he just kind of covers her ass. And for the 3 CP0s, it's Rob Lucci is probably the strongest. I'm going to say Stuzy's probably the weakest just because these are time skips of people we've seen. And Stuzy is the biggest enigma. If anything, I think Sabo is actually stronger than these two, but he loses to Rob. And he's just literally Ace, but better. Because he has hockey. So I'm going to say Ace is here. Ace was pretty strong. Now, are there anybody in between them that's stronger than Ace, clearly, but not the difference? I think these samurai are actually probably weaker than some of these people. So, I'll do this. I think Kimimon and Ashura are like stronger than him, but not stronger than... Yeah, on their own. Well, if they're using the will. The thing is these guys are kind of cracked right now because of the fight against Kaido. Like they're not doing Odin's power, but they could probably slice and dice through these dinosaurs down here. So in turn with their will, if it was killer intent, they could probably take out Jinbei, Frankie. Because they're going for Kaido. You guys have to think about that. I don't think they're like way above CP0. I think it's literally just their fleeting breath is making them that strong. And then Black Maria is a little bit different. I actually think she's stronger. I actually think she's stronger than these guys because of her webbing. I think because she has a lot more of a constrictor rather than just hard skin, and she might have that on top of it, that she's actually stronger than these guys. And then the Kappa guy, I think, is... he's tough. I don't think he's as close to these guys as the rest of them, though. Yeah, I'd say he's more down here. Denjiro is stronger, though. Denjiro is definitely stronger than these guys. I can't say Stussy. I'm just lumping her in with the other CP0s. But Denjiro's cracked. I think Denjiro is stronger than Kimimon. But if it is alter intent, just swap them. And say that Kimimon is youth and the incarnation Odin thing. But really, Denjiro is kind of crazy with with the spirit, with the like evil rage spirit corrupting him. Let's get the raid suits out of the way. So I think all the raid suits solo like this Big Mom guy. But who's stronger than who? Definitely. Let's start with him. How many people can he solo down here? Actually, let's start with these guys. These guys are clearly the weakest. I'll put Smoothie a little bit higher than them because it's Smoothie is like actually stronger than him probably. And then these guys are all relative to each other. I'd say Oven's probably more of the heavy hitter. And then it's the Genie. I don't think the Genie beats. I think the Genie is probably the weakest of them. As a matter of fact, I actually think. I think the Genie maybe solos like Izo or something. I actually think he belongs down here. Oh, where's Izo? Because of their new technique, I'll just put him above Bobbin. I think Oven's actually stronger than that, but I don't know what he could do to these guys. Where's the other one? Is there any more Chardonnays? No. Okay. And that leaves these are the warlords. So where do the warlords stack to this arc? I think if we were to start smallest, we'd go with Crocodile. Even though I think Crocodile is stronger. Well, and now it's way down there now, so I guess that doesn't matter anymore. Mihawk's disgusting. But I don't know. He's definitely stronger than Zoro. So wherever I put Zoro, I have to put Mihawk above because he's the strongest swordsman. I'm actually just going to stick him up here for now because he is the strongest swordsman. So wherever I put Zoro, I can kind of just put Mihawk a little bit in front of. And if Zoro's up here in A with Queen and King or whatever, then it makes sense for Mihawk to be there. Sanji needs to be further up. Some of these guys need to be further down. Apu needs to be lower. Even if it is a 2v1, I think he needs to be lower. Beige needs to be lower. Hawkins needs to be lower. Mad Monk, we don't know enough about. He's a Skypian race, though. That could mean a lot more things. It might actually give us a thing that tells us what happens when a Skypian goes on the ground, where he voids out. That might be what happens when you adapt to the air better. We don't know why he does the things, but all I know is he did witness the Kaido jump off the thing. So, him and Bonnery Jewelry, where is she? Is she up here in A? As the supernova tier? Because they are supernovas, but I was just trying to figure stuff out. Okay, yeah. Her polymorph kind of dangerous, though. So, I don't know yet. Okay, we're nearly done. So, I actually think Judge is kind of cracked. But he kind of just holds back guys that I've deemed down here. So, I really think Judge is just, like, the king of, like, this area. But I don't think he's better than them. But he could probably solo Brook Chopper. He should be higher because of title. But he only does, like, a Thunder Spear spin. That's basically all he really does. Which is strong as hell, but I just... he needs to do more stuff in the show. Because even his kids seem to have more, like, showings in it. Which makes me think that all of these guys need to be down one. Even though they're mostly beating people... they're mostly beating people that are, like, here. So it makes sense that he's here. Yeah, I'll just have him. I think it's more like Inky is closer to him, and then and so is Raijin. Where like Ishii and Yoshi are like way further down. Like I'd say this is when like somebody like Brook could solo it. I don't want this. I don't want C to get too chunky, dude. Buggy D tier. For Buggy D Clown. I'm kind of lumping them right now. And it's because they haven't had much showings. And then Yoshi is like really low down. I think he could pick up these guys, but I think Chopper could get him. He's got like earth moves and superhuman strength. I don't even think electricity should work on Chopper because he's some sort of sub-mink, but I'll say he loses. I don't know. Chopper's kind of holding back Big Mom. I think this is where they belong, though. They belong here. It's not even average for One Piece. It's just, this is how strong they can do. But the fact that they can all do it at once with that super amp suit makes it seem like they are kind of catastrophic. You could stick them probably higher than the Revolutionaries, but since we don't really know that much about the Revolutionaries, I think it's a little unfair. Because, yes, they'll probably be relevant later, but who knows how crazy these guys actually are. Speaking of which, I actually think Hawking should go even lower now. Because he's only a headliner. He's only a headliner, which is actually only like speed tier. And he's kind of just like a glass cannon. Where's speed and all them? Even though he is a supernova, his straw fruit is a little bit on the weekend. Where the hell is speed? Yeah, speed. He's just in the tier with these guys. Which is sad because of Bluno, dude. Zoro only had to go gorilla arms on him, though. That's all he had to do, and it was over. I think the more questionable thing is probably, like, her being able to stun him. Because he could just neg it with his straw thing. But that's honestly his status. I guess if you want to amp it up more, even though he kind of gets, like, off-screen by Dendro, is I could put him here under Morgan. Or even better yet, if you guys are worried about more time skip feats, which we don't know if any of these guys aren't dead. You could have him under her, because all it took was one sword string. And if she's trying to be the foil to Zoro, then her strongest feat could probably beat him. Because he could just be a cut above the rest of these other headliners, but I wouldn't sleep on the headliners or ninjas. They're Wano arc stuff. Okay. Who else we got? Beige. Is Beige stronger than Revolutionary? I don't think so. He is a killer, though. Question is Orochi. Gold, I'm busy. What? I'm not done, Gold. Gold, I'm on the home stretch here, dude. I can't have your opinions entangling the final few people. Okay. Okay, Rayleigh actually should be higher. Let me just get him out of the rat race. Okay. So, I'd say because she can polymorph people, I think Bonnie is stronger than anybody that's got, like, no immunity to this stuff. So I actually think she solos, like, a lot of these people because her powers are ridiculously overpowered. I don't know if you have to grab people or whatever, because she only does it to fodder Marines. So, because we don't know if it's, like, only works on weak people, I'll have her at the bottom of B. And the Scratchman of Pooh actually is starting to kind of, like, lose the 2v1. And speed of sound isn't that big of a deal anymore, but he did hit Kizaru. But I actually still think that this is where he probably belongs. I'd say he could beat... I'd say Orochi's probably going to be the guy that's sitting at the bottom of this for like a while. What does the Yamato Dragon even do? And then I'll have Matt... What does that mean, though? Okay. I don't know. I don't need a definition of the word Hydra Gold. I'm saying, what does that mean? As in, like, what? She can turn you into a fucking baby, dude. Actually, matter of fact, since Orochi doesn't have any signs of hockey, I'm actually gonna put him under Pika. Or no, under Smoker. Because even though the Yamato Dragon might be kind of cracked, as far as we know, he just multiplies his head, and then he's just an overwhelming force. Like, not killable, but then he can't harm any Logias. So, just an average for right now. But he may turn out to be cracked. We don't know. I'll have Mad Monk the lowest because of showings. Gang probably is immune to her thing. As well as Apu's. But I think Apu might be stronger. Just because of the whole Elflick and the numbers and stuff. He might not be done with all his tricks. We've seen all he can do is make a giant tower which can hold back Big Mom, which is a really good feat, but there's a lot of things that kind of throw her off, so I don't really want to juice him past some of these guys that could probably beat him. Okay, alright, Crocodile. I think Crocodile is weaker than anybody under Jinbei. Jinbei definitely beats Crocodile. He probably beats most of these guys as well. But I don't think he's higher than Jinbei. Anybody that's stronger than Jinbei, Crocodile can't deal with, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, we're almost at a B. And some of these guys might be moved down or moved up, so don't fret. Boa, like I said before, I think Boa, because she has hockey, she can deal with like a lot of Logias, but that stone ability, I feel like, is weaker and weaker, and she's just like a very strong hockey user, which makes me think that she's kind of barely over some of the guys down here. But she's definitely over Kobe. She would definitely beat Yoji, or Sanji's brother, and Ishii. I don't know about Ninshi, though, or the Revolutionaries. I'll say that she's just under Raijin. Just under. Is this on its, like, third row? Yeah, I'm going to have to spread this out more later. Just below. Because I don't think it will work on these guys. Or I can just move up these people. That'd make it easier. Have the Revolutionaries in the same tier as some of these heavy hitters. Technically the raid suits, but I'll keep it like this for a bit. We're at these final, like, 8-ish people, but, here's the problem with Gekumori. We'll start with him. Gekumori clanged with Kaido in their youth. Like, he was even with him. However, current Gekumori has been off-screen, like, twice, and, like, twice now. And then he lost to Luffy pre-time skip. Like, it was his whole crew, I know, but I don't know. It kind of seemed like he was like, he shouldn't have lost. I think he loses to like a lot more people. He will give him credit for. This zombie stuff is pretty crazy though. The thing is he does do random ass feats that make it seem like he's cracked. Like, he went to Blackbeard's island and was slapping their goons with his zombies, and they like messed with them first before fighting him. But they were still. It was still like he went over there and like swung his dick around, and then uh, like I said, he's clanged with Kaido. So that's him just like messing with people that are Yonko level. Like fearless. To either call that ignorance or actual like because he said if his crew never perished in that battle with Kaido that he would be Pirate King already. So I don't know. Either he's just that prideful because he does get mad about Kumba saying that you need help, or he just like and he's just that salty about it, or he is actually like because the shadow fruit is pretty scary. During the day, it's an insta kill on anybody. But do you think he can beat somebody like Lucy? Probably not. Do you think he could grab Ace with his projectiles? You know where I think he belongs? Right over Kaku. Right above Kaku. Right above the giraffe. I think current Gekamori is actually dead, but that's just my guess. I think one of the Blackbeard pirates is gonna have shadow fruit. If it's somebody like San Juan Wolf, that's actually gonna be crazy, cause he's got a giant shadow. Weevil, I think, is probably one of the weaker warlords too. I actually think Weevil is probably down here, but he could probably overwhelm a lot of people. I'd say he goes toe to toe with Sanji's dad, but I'd say he takes it. He's got warlord status. He and his mom are just conquering. Well, him and his mom are kind of like conquering wherever they want to go. Just the two of them, so it's just him and an old lady that's telling him what to do. So he's clearly strong enough to smack people around. Okay. None of these guys should be kind of down here. I think I need to start moving some of these down. So in base for all this stuff, the next guy I'm gonna have above Rob Lucci because that's where we're at. Above. You know what? I'll put him above Gekamori because we don't know how strong he is in comparison to everything. Okay. Conjuro pushed back all three supernovas on his own and took a hostage. And pushed back Sanji on his own with his paint fruit, but he got soloed by Kinku. But it might have been completely staged. So he has gotten beaten by somebody like this, but there's nothing to say that, like, because he doesn't use his, like, he used his abilities to psychologically fuck with Kinku rather than to use it like he used it against them. So, assuming that he is dead, I think he's a lot stronger than he let on, and if he's actually staging his death to come back later, I think he'll be a problem up to this degree. I actually think Conjuro is strong as shit. This guy should be up here. I honestly think so should he. I'm gonna have Weevil up so that this list looks a little bit better. Because C is looking bulky. Okay. Are we done with all like the small fries yet? We kinda aren't. No, I'm not. Here's one right here. Ivan Chen. I think Ivan is stronger than the two other. This is where we finally eclipse over the Whitebeard commanders. He can polymorph anybody to the opposite gender. His death winks are projectiles. And he can like get his head super big. I actually think he could be an A and S, but for right now, from what we've seen in the Warlord thing, he did seem kind of like helpless by the Celestial Dragon stuff. So I think a lot of the people in the Celestial Dragon area, like Lucy and all them, are in his pay grade anyway. And then I'll have Yamato go up, and then have Jack the Dunce as like the king of B tier. I want to put him up here with the other two, but literally Queen and King clown on Jack. Jack only talks shit to the elephant, and the elephant's in the next tier anyway. All right. So now we're finally getting to the big meat and potatoes. So at the bottom of A tier, I'm gonna say this guy. It's the blue flower. So the thing about him and why I have him like even here is him. I think it was just Orochi, but it might have been Orochi and Kaido, and it might have just been Kaido alone. Who's up here? I'll move these guys around. Don't worry. They believe that if Odin teamed up with this guy, they lose. They don't conquer the island. So this guy had to have been cracked, as well as his underlings. Their armies together during the time skip would have been too scary for them. That by the time that they prepped up, they were like, okay, now we can handle anything. But they needed that prep time, and it was a long time. I think it was like it was either a full year or a couple of years of Odin just dancing out in the open, like in a diaper or whatever. Like they genuinely believe that this guy plus this guy equals death. So if it's like so if you look at it through the tier list, I guess, where did I put Orochi? Orochi's a C. So if they're like, ooh, an A and an S, we're done. Then if you with more prep time, with a bigger army, with more headliners and stuff, they win. It makes sense that this guy would be kind of high, because he's the one that literally is teaching Luffy the haki that Kaido used to cut him in the first place. So it's like mentor prime strength or whatever. I actually think under him that I didn't even notice till now, and I'm actually gonna put him down to B. There was somebody that I didn't mean to have this high, maybe even C. I'll have him above Apora or Apu. That's Killer. Killer's like a dual weighted like Aki user or whatever, but he's kind of just like Kid's right hand. Like he's a Zoro, but he doesn't really. He got bought by Zoro. He got bought by him. So I don't think he's like high Jack tier. I think he's just like really strong. He could probably beat a lot of these other guys, but like I said, we don't know enough about the revolutionaries. We haven't seen these two in a while, and we've seen the peak of kind of these two power, and he's kind of like a pay grade above that. But I don't think he could beat the sticky guy because he's got blades. Even if he does some hockey shit and we put him above that, Smoothie wrecks him. Smoothie is like a Katakuri, basically. People don't really remember that, but Katakuri, Cracker, and Smoothie are the three big kahunas of Big Moms. Actually, I think because I'm saying that now, I'd say she's actually right next to Jack. I'd say Jack's stronger. She could polymorph him or whatever, but Jack is a like half fishman or whatever. It's kind of weird. And Zoa types are just unusually durable, even though like the series based around like hacks. I'm not on Cracker yet. So I guess it's time. So I've had these guys up here for a while. I'm gonna have Dog Strong and Cat Viper here. They're cut above a lot of the other samurai characters because they can go berserk. I've said it before when I had them earlier in the tier list, but they're gonna be at the bottom of A, and they basically are the Wano samurai, but with the transformation on top of it. I think with individually they're stronger than this guy in his prime now. But I think Cat Viper just edges him out because of the gun on his hand. And I said that before, but I'm just saying it because Gold 2 now again, just to evaluate while they're here. Next I'm gonna have, from what we've seen, this is all I can say off of what we've seen, the weakest Blackbeard crew member. I'm gonna have him down here. I'm gonna say, probably Doc Q. Or no, Jesus Bergie we've seen lose to Sabo for a fruit and stuff. I actually don't believe that he's like as weak as somebody like Sabo. Like I could put him down here if I wanted. I probably just should for continuity's sake. I'll just have him like slightly weaker than Ace, but above Conjuro. Or you know what? I'll just have Kaku as like the giraffe pay grade. I think he deserves A, because he's a Blackbeard pirate, the helmsman, and I think he's gonna fight somebody like Jinbei with same weight class. But he did survive the whole Coliseum, and he kind of got cheated. All of them got kind of cheated by Sabo destroying the ring. So you had these like restrictions of Coliseum rules, where if he falls in the water, it's an elimination. And he was just now trying out his new like mechanical arm, and now he's the one infiltrating the base. So it's just kind of like the only time he was really necessarily weak was he initially fought Ace, but he probably still loses to it. Okay, alright, mute your mic while you're eating, or whatever the fuck you're doing. Thanks for explaining that too on top of it. Okay, I think this is where I'm gonna put Magellan. Magellan's strong as hell. I know Impel Down was like a long ass time ago, but if the Poison Hydra still work on like anybody that's susceptible to poison, they'll just die. But I just think all these guys don't care about that anymore. I think anybody below, it's like an instant lose. And they might even be able to speed blitz, but it's been a couple years. So he probably has been training too. If you don't believe he's been training, I guess you could put him down in like at high A or high B, just to be like, Jack needed a suit for poison, and all the animal pirates fucking eat poison because they're trying to tank it or whatever. But that's why I put him in front of Cat Viper and them. If they get touched with the poison, it's over. Next I'm gonna put. I don't want to keep scaling the Blackbeard stuff yet, but we're basically here. I'll put him first up here just to kind of move him around, and then like weed it down. He doesn't have hockey. So since the elephant doesn't have hockey, wait, no. Hold on. Let me do. Let me do Law. This is where I'll put Law. Log's got a very overpowered fruit. Literally OP. I'm putting him here because this is where like a lot of the other characters kind of have like disgusting abilities, and the OP fruit is kind of seen like it's kind of been like not doing it justice anymore. Like it's not doing what it was like kind of doing at the beginning of Punk Hazard. Now it's just kind of like an interesting technique that gets him out of like weird situations and stuff, as well as he can like pierce through like a lot of abilities and stuff. But it kind of feels like it's more of like, again, it's more like a supporty thing. And I think a lot of the other people above him are either capable of doing stronger things and more of a powerhouses in the thing, or in the verse, where Law is kind of like, I feel like once he's done saving his crewmates and Kaido's head is taken, his story is over. Like, I think this is literally peak Law. So this is like the magnitude where characters like rivaling him, like Kid, are just beginning to conquer like hockey and stuff like that. And then there's just characters I just don't think he can beat. So I think the closest to the sun with him right now would be X-Drake. I think X-Drake's the closest to him, but even X-Drake is doing powers that are rivaling Gear 4 Luffy. Which you could say the same thing about Law, but Law was kind of like a damsel in distress against Don Flamingo. But X-Drake has the hybrid form. So if we see more feats from X-Drake, I'll put him above someone like Bonflamingo. For right now, we've seen everything he can do. And then I'd start to say stuff like the Crescent Moon. We could put her right above the Minx just for the consistency, but she is one of the captains of the ships, and she can transform into any person. And this woman is like impel down level 6 or whatever, so she could literally just do whatever she wants and then take you out. But until we learn more about what she can do with this ability, I'll leave it here because it's just kind of like Bond Clay, where it's just like a random polymorph. Who cares? But if anything, this is gonna probably be a big deal. She might have already been on screen and we don't know it yet because she can be whoever she wants with her Fox Fruit, which is another Zoa. But I'll have anybody that's a Zoa that we haven't seen do stuff outside of Zoa just lose to Magellan for simplicity's sake. Next we don't know. I'll put them next to each other because we don't know much about these three. Are actually these four. So if you're asking me, since we've seen what she can do, it's probably Devon is highest. But I got a thing about Osvaldo that I actually think he might have like a disgusting thing, but that's headcanon. So we'll have Osvaldo at the lowest. Vasco shot because you don't know what his thing is, but he was cocky enough at Marineford to say, I can kill everybody here, right? Am I allowed to? So, you know what? I'll just have him higher because he was just going to murder everybody there. Who knows what abilities he has. And then for the last one, I put Lafitte higher than these three because Lafitte broke into the Warlord meeting at the beginning of the series. We know he has wings, so he's a Zoa user, so I have them all under him, under the Warden, which, funny enough, he did kind of like solo the gang right there. But Lafitte breaking into the meeting room, I mean, he was okay with hanging out with Don Flamingo. It could have been all 7 of them at the time, like Jinbei, Boa, all them, but for this, I'll say that it was Don Flamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, Mihawk, Son Goku, and Sune, or Suru, or whatever. And the fact that he was like tap dancing and chilling, and as well as 2 more Vice Admirals there, made me think that either he was confident in his getaway because he knows like the military thing, being like an ex like peacekeeper or peace officer or whatever, or he's just that strong. And I think it's more he knew he could be evasive, and he figured he had enough poker pieces to kind of be there. But he's got a Zoa fruit. He's pretty cocky, so it makes me think that these 2 cocky ones, it's better. But these 2 are actually just as insane, if not more. I'd say the least intimidating is probably her, or even Jesus. But the Blackbeard Pirates are definitely something else. But I do think from what we've seen, Magellan solos some of them, and so does Law. We haven't seen them much over the time skip besides her and Shiraiu, which I'll get to in a bit. One that I will say is higher up on here, and I'll put him above X-Drake, is Doc Q. Doc Q had the highest bounty of the Blackbeard Pirates in East Blue in the manga. So he's already stronger than even Supersonic, but I'm going to put Supersonic higher than him for a reason in a second here. But Doc Q, I think the main reason why I have him over here is because I do not believe for a second that he's the same from the time skip. And if he was already considered the most dangerous, I genuinely believe that he's probably closed the gap here. If you don't think that, because it's more headcanon-y stuff, you could have them all underneath Magellan, just for your guys' viewing thing. But technically, you've already seen that she's no problem with warlords, which the thing with Magellan is he's kind of like the warlord gatekeeper. Okay, the thing with him is he saw Blackbeard and he didn't even want to ask why he was here. He just took him out and was just like, I don't care about the consequences. It's a jailbreak. So if you ask me, this is where he should be over there. But if we're still assuming that he gets wrecked by Magellan because node growth in 2 years, which I doubt it, because each one of these is no longer a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. They're a captain of one of his like 12 ships, I think. It's either 12 or 10. All right. I'd say next one here. I'd say we can bring in no. I actually think as far as Supernova is concerned, Kid's probably stronger now. We'll finish with some of the Blackbeard no names for now, and then I'll get to the real head honchos. I have Supersonic here. I know he got wrecked by Magellan, but if we're actually doing a fight, because I think the this is why I didn't want to have these guys lower. I think if we're actually doing fighting and power scaling, especially with time skips in the thought process, he's a sniper. Why would he ever get close to Magellan? I actually think he was just following Captain's orders, and so are these guys. Where if he fought Magellan now, especially if he has hockey, he would snipe this guy before he even knew what hit him. And that could be said about even more characters that are up here, but I'll say why I'll have them down here. It's mainly I want to get past this Magellan wall of poison with this, and he's like the first one I can actually argue can pass it. Another character. Well, I'll actually save the elephant for last. Let's do this now. I don't think Sanji can beat Kid. But he probably can beat some of the other. I'll just do Sanji. I think this is where Sanji goes now. He's got the raid suit, but he's still learning it. Who wouldn't want a Straw Hat higher? But I think this is where he's starting to kind of hit a wall, because we're getting close to like legends at this point and upper like people, and I just don't think he can keep up with them yet. Like I think King literally grabbed him and he panicked and ran away. So like I don't think he's up there yet. Yamato is probably like at the top of this thing, but then we also have like the admirals, and then we have these are like second commands to Yonko, and then Kid may be a supernova, but he just showed off Hot Conquerors, and I just don't think he's around that realm. And then right in front of him, right in front of him, I'd say is, for what we know in the anime now, I can actually just leave Yamato there and just say Yamato's stronger than Sanji in her beast form. There's not much to say about her. She one tapped. You know what? I actually think Yamato's stronger than that. I gotta put Zoro underneath her. This is where Zoro goes. This is where the crying begins. Look, guys. I think Zoro is strong as hell, but Yamato one tapped a fucking Tobiraba with a Thunder Baguio. Okay. Zoro is not one tapping a Yonko with a basic attack like that. No shot. And but Zoro does have his 3 techniques. He does have like he's got the gorilla style now, but we need Zoro to get an amp or he's just stuck here. This is where I think he hits the thing. Yeah, the Enma buffs has got to be cracked, but you got to think he's not fighting. He wouldn't be fighting Yamato sword to sword. He'd be fighting Thunder Baguia, and Thunder Baguia literally one tapped Luffy when Kaido did it. So this is like a smaller one, but I will have Luffy higher because of reasons I'll get to in a bit. For now, above them both, I actually could have put Kid lower than this. You know what? I'll put Kid under Zoro. I will do that. I'll put Kid under Zoro because he just unlocked Conquerors and he does believe that he can get enough scrap and material to kill Kaido, which makes me think that he could maybe take out somebody like Don Flamingo or like San Juan Wolf. But San Juan Wolf's colossal, so is the elephants, and then a lot of these other guys are kind of legends, so it's kind of difficult to say. So we'll just say he's here. Zoro only edges him out because he's also Supernova and he's got Emma and stuff. And then above Zoro, I still don't think Zoro can beat Don Flamingo yet. I'll keep Yamato above here. She hasn't transformed yet. That's why I kind of want to keep her above all these guys. But I do think, dude, Luffy had a Gear 4 to beat Don Flamingo, dude. Like, I'm not saying that Zoro couldn't fight Luffy in Gear 4th, but it's just really hard to say that he could compete with that, like, island level busting stuff. Like, the best thing he did in that arc was cut. Okay, well, look. The point is Zoro cut Pika in half, which is like somebody that's like, I think only a tier or two down. Where's Pika? So he beat a C tier like that. But I don't know. He's got to do more stuff with Emma. I have him above Jack, which is kind of crazy that a lot of these guys are above Jack. And Jack's already a powerhouse. But I honestly think Don Flamingo just has too much tricks. It'd be too hard. He could cut the string, maybe with Enma. So if he trains Enma, he could beat Don Flamingo. But for right now, I don't think he can beat him. How many more we got before I start talking about admirals? So the question is, do I think Luffy can beat an admiral yet? So what I can do is I can squeeze Cracker in here. I do think Cracker is stronger than Don Flamingo. I do think that. Luffy had to go Gear 4 like 2 or 3 times on him and do Tank Man just to shatter him, and he had to go through like all those soldiers, and Don Flamingo may not know all this about Cracker because Cracker said the first person to ever see his face was Luffy because of this incident, because his Wanted poster was those biscuits. So let's just say Don Flamingo started cracking the biscuits or doing Birdcage or whatever the hell. He could just keep spawning them, and then he would do the biscuit, the pretzel biscuits attack or whatever. Which, what a stream, is everybody freaking out? Oh, it's just Z. Yeah, but dude, yeah, but Z, the Luffy that I have here isn't the same Luffy, though. It's a different one. I'll get to it. I'll just get to it. I'll keep watching. Cracker beats on Flamingo. It's another power cliff. Even if anything, what Z just said there adds credence to it, because this opponent was harder for Luffy, and he had help. Okay, here comes the tier. I knew when we got to the higher up to be tiers, but hold on. I'm not done. Hold on. You know what? I can actually squeeze in another. I think Fujitora is weaker than Zoro right now. And if he was stronger than Don Flamingo, he would have just dealt with him there. I think he beats Kid. I think Zoro is the better swordsman there. Yeah, I think that means Zoro is at least close to Admiral level at this point, which is a really Admiral thing, because everybody has to think, they may see Don Flamingo and think, oh, that's only Warlord level, but Don Flamingo is not Warlord level. Warlord level is like down there. Like he's kind of ridiculous. He's actually Kaido called him Joker. He's a very special member on his crew. Okay. Next. Next, I'd say I think Zoro's stronger than Fujitora now. I think they were like kind of even in Dressrosa, and then now he's got Enma. I think, and it's only gonna get worse. Fujitoro's over there eating like ramen, and Zoro's getting stronger. Like I just think it's eventually gonna be Zoro way over here. What? Dude, Boa's down here. Where is she? I put Boa under the raid suits. That's still pretty cracked, dude. What? That's like that's like high Dressrosa level, low Kaido Pirates level. That's still pretty good. Okay, okay. I haven't gotten to S tier yet. This isn't the tier list yet, guys. I'm only here. This is where I'm at right now. I'm only at Yamato. This isn't it yet. Okay, so I'm gonna put Rue here. Okay, so the thing with Rue is we don't know a lot about him. All we know is Shanks' crew is seen as like the most devastating crew in a group, and we don't know his power, but we know he's strong as fuck. He is Yonko's status, the commander status, just like Cracker, except Cracker is seen as one of Big Mom's big three, where Rue is literally just seen as one of Shanks' 10 crew members to watch out for. But we've seen him and Yasop, as well as Ben Beckman. If anything, you could say Ben Beckman is like the second command there. But if I were to put Big Rue anywhere, it'd probably be here-ish. Because I think the thing with Shanks and the reason why his crew doesn't have like crazy feats or anything like that is because Shanks has only been a Yonko for a couple years, so they don't have like these power status feats and stuff, and they didn't come with them to the Marineford or anything other than to show up and flex. And if their presence was enough to flinch the whole army, I mean, it's crazy. You could put him lower or even lowest, or put him in no feats, but I think this is where Shanks is their people are at. Which, while we're talking about it, I think Yasop's stronger than Rue. Yasop is literally just supersonic or Usopp like God mode. He's just their crew's sharpshooter, and if it's like if Ben Beckman is making an admiral flinch, then and Yasop's in that pay grade, you have to do one of two things. You have to, one, assume that all of the Shanks' crew members are at the same power level as Ben Beckman, or you have to assume Ben Beckman is crazy like Shanks, closest to him, and these guys are just relevant. So it's either you guys can have two wins here. Either you guys can win or you can lose here. Either these two characters, Rue and Yasop, are like this tier around Cracker and Don Flamingo, or they're lumped in with Ben Beckman above all the admirals. I think it's more fair to say that they're down here, even though they probably are stronger than all the admirals. Okay, and then I still think Yamato is stronger than them. Okay, this, I think... Okay, two left, I guess, until I know where everybody's gonna go. We got right above Yamato, actually, is Kuma. This is not current Cyborg Kuma. This is when he had the pawpaw fruit. I think he I think he just destroys like most of the verse, because he can just tag you and the fight's over, and he can block any attack in the verse. Yeah, and he can block any attack in the series. The only thing that seems to like really get him is the more cybernetics involved with him, the more kinks in his system. Plus, he does seem to treat the Straw Hats with like a little bit of a okay. So look at this scaling really quick. In Thriller Bark, Kuma got hit by Sanji because he was blocking Zoro's shit. And then he got hit by Zoro's shit because he was blocking Sanji's shit, right? Honestly, as if he was just testing them. Because in the next arc, he's hitting Straw Hats away before Kizaru can even react. So it makes me think he's even doing further stuff than light speed. But the thing that really keeps him from being higher than these guys, though, even though he's like a key figure, is his Ultra Shock thing doesn't seem like it's that strong. And there's a wind up to it. So it seems like his attack prowess is actually like, for all these heavy hitters, it's actually like on the lower end. But for like his defensive stuff and his getaway options, it's actually insane. Then this brings me to these guys. Okay, so I could put these guys as high as S tier, but we don't know enough about them. They're the elders. I'll put them above Kuma. These guys could be cracked or literally councils, but I'm going to assume they're cracked. But there's no way Luffy has to fight all 5 of these at once. If anything, they're going to be all specifically tailored to fight other characters in the show, if anything. And then Luffy will fight like another S tier. So I can't say too much about them, but one does have a sword, so clearly they have some combat Alice. It might be Zoro fights him. And then the rest, we don't know what they can do. Next, I'll do Katakuri. This is where Katakuri goes, right above the elders. I think Katakuri is crazy. He has the ability to see into the future. All of his abilities are literally just better Luffy's. And quite frankly, being able to see to the future, have an ability that makes people literally stuck in place, and then he can manifest limbs to fight for him, and he can get out of like any situation by making himself basically liquid ooze, makes him incredibly difficult for any of these characters to deal with. So for instance, Bartholomew Kuma, how does Kuma tag him if he just keeps turning into goo? Or what if he puts the goo on him and he tags the goo and it's just not his essence? It's just stuff like, how does he deal with the goo if he has to block by his paws, and each individual paw has to block an attack? It just seems like this is where Kuma would start getting overwhelmed, because it's just liquid. And then every other person, I just think, has a hard time with him. Like Wasop, how does he shoot him? He'll just see through the future and do that. Same with Rue. Cracker's literally weaker than him. What does Don Flamingo do? Like, all these guys, what do they do against Katakuri? Except maybe the Blackbeard Pirates, but we don't know what they can do. Next, right above him, right above Katakuri, is your boy Luffy. Because Luffy beat his ass! Let me see comments. Luffy beat his fucking cheeks, dude. Look, I'm not memeing y'all. I'm not. Luffy has only gotten stronger. Okay? Look, I already know this is chat right now. But listen. Luffy beat Katakuri, right? Look, even if you don't think Luffy should have won that fight, Luffy is learning another haki. In the anime, as far as we know, he's learning another haki that's strong enough that it hurts Kaido. How many of y'all even think Katakuri can beat Kaido? Like, am I the high one about Luffy winning that fight? Or y'all high because you think Katakuri can beat Kaido? Because I really think it's you guys being high about the Katakuri versus Kaido. If y'all genuinely believe that Katakuri can beat Kaido, I mean, that's on you. But I personally think that Katakuri gets slapped by Kaido, because the same Luffy that was giving Katakuri, even if you think Katakuri could have won that out, if he edged him out, or if you think he dominated him, Kaido literally speed blitzed and one-tapped Luffy in one ability in the manga. It was a little longer in the show, but in the manga, he literally one-tapped the guy that gave Katakuri an hour fight. Okay? And Luffy's learning haki to pierce through that and get stronger. And then I don't even need to bring up the new form that Luffy probably has that makes him even stronger than the one that fought him. And Katakuri isn't getting any stronger. He stayed at Big Mom's Island. He's still there, hanging out with everybody. He's not training. He's tending to the base as the pirates try to get back or as their captain goes out. Big Mom goes out and tries to kill Luffy first for stealing Sanji. All right, let me look at the comments. Okay, Z didn't say anything. Okay, and then above Luffy, dude, this is when things are gonna kind of get weird. Or actually, I actually missed two really quick. Queen and King are down here, right above under Katakuri, in their respective orders. There's not much to say about either one of these two, other than the fact that they have Brontosaurus fruit and the pterodactyl fruit, and like I'd say that King is around the level of Marco with stuff like that, but it's kind of like difficult to gauge. Like we need to see his race. If it's anything, they're like Big Mom talked that up. It might be even stronger than Katakuri, but for right now, it's weaker. And then Queen is definitely the weaker to King. I don't know how they really deal with Kuma, but no matter where Kuma puts them on the earth, unless he's putting them in the water, in which case you can just put Kuma above everybody, they win that. And if any of them have like what Jack has, where they're part fishermen or anything like that, then they'll live. They'll be fine. But yeah, King and Queen there. Okay, above Luffy though, I'm gonna put. I think it is time for it. Yeah. So I'm gonna put San Juan Wolf above Luffy. This guy is bigger than Marineford. If you guys thought the giants down in D tier were big, this dude is the biggest character in One Piece. This dude is so unbelievably big. I don't know how Luffy or any of these guys down here would even deal with this. See him right there in the small picture? That little small cliff right there is Marineford. He's that big. Hold up. Let me show you guys how big Sean Juan Wolf is.
Is he bigger than the things from...
I'm pretty sure he's the biggest creature in One Piece.
We are just going to skip over Throne of Bark. Got it.
No, he's bigger than that.
That's a lie.
I'm going to put his size. San Juan Wolf is 180 meters tall.
I'm going to see.
Look. Let me show you guys. Look, here's the picture. Look. There's the sizes. There's Oars right there. Oars Jr., Oars. That little kid underwater, and San Juan Wolf, the one in the back. That's San Juan Wolf. He's that big. What? And now he's part of Blackbeard's crew, so any amps that the rest of them got, he has. He's bigger than all of these guys.
That face is so cursed.
Well, he's a crew member of the Blackbeard Pirates, and he's big as fuck. The only reason why I'm not giving him more credit is because of this, guys. The elephant... Here, hold on. The elephant is even... I'd say the elephant is even bigger than that. He's by the clouds. And the elephant, like, one-tap Jack, who's in the B tier. He's part of, like, an ancient race of stuff. But I actually think because he is, like, the banished one or whatever, he might be, like, one of the more weaker ones. Or he could potentially be one of the stronger ones. I'm not exactly sure. But for right now, we know that if he gets the command, he can, like, one-tap, like, entire fleets of ships effortlessly. But I will say that if Jack and his gang kept hitting him or whatever, like with bazookas, he was just like, I'm gonna die. So with enough like wailing on him, he will fall. But I feel like you could say that about any character, that if you're hitting them for free, that they'll just die. I was gonna have them higher because of their size, but admirals on a regular basis are like island busters, and then Suraya the Rain is like different. So I'll put Suraya just above the elephant. You could put him right above Luffy if you want, but I think because he has the clear fruit now, and he's known for like his swordplay or whatever, already being devastating before the fruit, that everybody here's life's in danger at any point in time. Picture this guy. This guy already one taps like pretty much the whole verse, and now you can't see him coming with Haki. Like, it makes me think that if this guy's ever on the island with you, he goes invisible, you don't even know he's there, and then the next second he's took your head off. Even just to show a deterrent, he chopped at or it might not even been a deterrent for Gecko Mori. I think he just stabbed him once or twice just to literally not kill him so that Blackbeard could steal his fruit. But I actually think if that was more realistic and he was out for blood, he would just he would just sneak up on him and kill him. It's just too devastating, and he's also second in command to the ship. This is the Zoro of that crew. So he is basically King, Katakuri, Marco. He's all those things except for Blackbeard. We don't know how really decapitation really works with the thing, so I guess I was gonna put Marco in S, but now thinking about it, I think he's right here. He's right. Marco's boxing Big Mom, dude. Like, he fights admirals and goes even with them, and he boxes Yonkos. He even boxed Rayleigh when he was younger. Like, this guy's fruit is insane at healing, but I don't know how he would fare to getting straight up invisible decapitation. Like, I don't think the Phoenix fruit will save him there. But if it can, then Marco goes above him, because his fire could stick. His fire, he can actually put sticky fire on people. We've seen it in the arc with the cursed ice that Queen put on everybody. He can literally stick you with your fire. So if Marco was doing a 1v1 with him and he got through the first decapitation, he could tag him with the fire where the guy couldn't get it off, or it'd be long enough where Marco could actually fight back. And when he hit Big Mom's ship and he hit it with his foot, it left a burning imprint in there too. So it's just like a lingering burn that this guy would have to worry about, where everybody else just loses. Like, anybody else that hits Marco with something, Marco heals it. Okay, and then next, okay, so you know how I put Fujitora way down here? You guys remember that? I think this guy, the Green Bull, we don't know anything about him, but he could just be a Logi, or he could just be a Zoa fruit for like some Green Bull, literally. The thing with this guy, though, or he could just spawn trees. We don't know. The thing is, though, is this guy starved himself for 3 years, and then Fujitora was like being a little. He was being a little like a little. I'd say like he was edging him on. He was just like, "You want to fight?" basically, and then this guy laughed at him, like it was no big deal. I actually think this guy's could potentially just surpass the other two admirals, but I do think that Fujitora was ready to throw hands in case things got ugly, and this guy was just like, that would be pointless. I don't want to wreck the room. He was just like, it will be messy, but like it makes me think that he'd win, but Fujitora would be a problem. But he's definitely the stronger one by a lot, and I'm only putting him this high because if he's laughing at fighting an admiral, then he's got to be strong. Next, I gotta put Aokiji here. Aokiji ain't even an admiral anymore, and now he's like a commander of the Blackbeard pirates, so he's not even like high official in there. And that might be Blackbeard not trusting him, but he in canon lost out Kainu, and I genuinely don't believe he loses to Kizaru. I think Kizaru beats him. I don't think ice is faster than light in the One Piece verse. And even if it is relative speeds, I think the light bouncing off the surfaces of the ice will just be problematic for Aokiji. And I think the main reason why it was these two fighting over for the title is because Kizaru doesn't want it. So I think this is where he would be, and because he's more of a veteran, I think any Green Bull shenanigans, if it's trees, he freezes the trees, and if he's a Zoa, he freezes the Zoa. So he just wins that. And then for the rest of the people on this list, right? I think if he freezes the island, this guy that's invisible either loses his balance or gets frozen too. Marco can't. Marco could maybe burn out of it, kind of like in the war, but Diamond Jose kind of had to jump in on that, which he kind of clanged hands with him, but it was an off guard feat. Like when Diamond Jose hit Aokiji, Aokiji bled a little bit and was just like, what? This guy's got hockey? Who uses hockey? So I don't want to get points against Aokiji for just not expecting them people to have hockey. And then, so I just still think he's better than Marco. But you could make a case that Marco's stronger than both of these guys. But I think Marco's weaker than Shiru, and I don't know if Shiru could beat these two admirals with their like island abilities, because Marco has the ability to fly. But it's up to your interpretation with these, with a lot of these late game heads, because we don't have all their powers yet. One Piece isn't there yet. But I will say, Aokiji could be as low as underneath almost all these characters one day, except for maybe Fujitora, and maybe the Elders as well, or even Kid. But he could definitely be as high as what we have here, and I'm just putting him at his highest because we've seen him the most. So I can, like, he can freeze a whole sea with one touch. Like, it's a very safe placement. Next I'm gonna put Kizaru. I already explained why I think he's stronger than him, but the main thing here is Ben Beckman is higher. And the main reason why I have Ben Beckman higher is because Ben Beckman drew a pistol literally in the shot we see him there, and Kizaru literally put up his hands like, oh shit, you're Ben Beckman. And like, it makes me think that Ben Beckman actually should be up here with these guys. So I'll have him at the bottom of this, but he would be here. And then Akainu is also a fleet admiral. So it'd be Kizaru is the top of A tier. So I just need to do S and we're done here, guys. But let me see what everybody said about A. Oh, nobody's talking anymore. They didn't like that spicy take. Yeah, so I already said it. Bottom of S is Ben Beckman. He's literally right hand to Shanks. Sharpshooter. It's probably hockey bullets. Something to make a light user flinch. It's a gun. It's either bullets move faster in One Piece, or it's hockey infused bullets, and it makes it so that when Ben Beckman shoots you, we don't know. It could be anything. But all you know is a guy that can move the speed of light. And by the way, anybody that's in this tier, I genuinely believe can move as fast as Kizaru. They're all light speed, at least. And then anybody, where's Anel? Where's Anel? Anel's down here. This is where I think light is becoming the regular for all these characters. You could argue lightning for all these and above, but once you get to people here, this is light speed. Light speed One Piece. I don't care if you think Brontosaurus Queen is fat and he can't move that fast. It's fiction. If Kizaru and Marco can box at the speed of light, and any of these characters are relative to them, say even a character down here, where is he? The candy guy right here. This is another reason why I think it's speed of light. Even he can react to Marco's movements. Even most of the Big Mom pirates can react to Marco's movements. It's not like he scales down for them to see him. That would just not make any sense. Why would he only move at the speed of light to fight Kizaru? Why would he not just all the time, every time you see him, just move as fast as he can? That's like just you doing like some Occam's razor shit. They're just all speed of light. And not to mention the stuff that Katakuri and Luffy get into. But even if you just assume these two are, the elephant is literally moving his trunk so big that like the ships look like dots. And then Kuma's fruit, when he tags you with it, you literally get smacked so fast that you're just teleport to anywhere in the world that he decides. So, yeah. This is light speed stuff. Even Don Flamingo, light speed. All of them. Okay, so Ben Beckman's at the bottom. I think this is where... This is for Prime for a lot of them. I think this is where Akainu edges him just a little bit. This is Fleet Admiral Akainu, so he's had a couple years to train. I will say though, I think if Sengoku didn't retire, Sengoku would be stronger, and that's why I have him here. I will say that I'll squeak Mihawk just at the bottom of the food chain here. It kind of like he's the strongest swordsman, so he should just be in the pack with the strongest. But it's kind of weird because Shanks uses a sword. He's got a bison. Like, he's just the strongest swordsman. He's got an Haki infused giant blade. Realistically, he's just a warlord, so he should be down here. But for some reason, this guy is the end for Zoro. So either he's hiding something that we'll see when he's getting hunted down, or maybe because he doesn't have a crew that his bounty isn't big enough. But this guy, one man against the world. And he's still relevant, even though we've seen him so early. He chops ships in half like it's nothing. He chopped the glacier that Aokiji did like it was nothing. Like, he just... The only character that even remotely stands a chance against him is Buggy. And he even bounced back the Buggy ball like it was nothing. Like, he's just effortless. I have yet to see him try. When we see him try, maybe I can bump him up, for right now he's there. Son Goku is just a little bit stronger than Akainu. It's the Buddha. In his prime with Garp, they held off like the second guy to become closest to the Pirate King. I only got him this low because of the feats the rest of the characters can do. That's literally the only reason why he isn't higher. Buddha literally just gargantuizes him, and he clearly has Haki, and he's strong as fuck. Like, there is nothing past he's strong as fuck. He's just a big heavy hitter for the Marines. That unfortunately retired. Next. So, I kind of want to use Prime for these guys because it's Gold Roger era. But you can use either war. I think if we're going off of primes, this makes it kind of difficult. So, believe it or not, I think this is actually where Big Mom goes. Actually, you know what? We'll do this. We'll say Big Mom's stronger than Monkey D. Dragon. So we'll say Monkey D. Dragon is another Enigma. He could have the Storm Fruit. He could have the Wind Fruit. We don't know what fruit he's got. All we know is he no diff smoker, but it's pre-time skip. And he's the most wanted man in the world. But that could be anywhere from he's stronger than the Yonko to he's just strong as shit. It could be a One Piece thing where because it's in high importance to the story, he's that strong. So he could literally be number one on the list. But for more, probably what's going on is his plotting against the Celestial Dragon has gotten him like quite a high bounty. Because if you think back to Nico Robin at the age of like 5 had that bounty for a Buster Call. So anything that goes against the Celestials or the Void Sentry kind of gives you a bigger bounty than anything else. So I'm just going to say he's here. He's above the government because he thinks he can take it out. But as for Yonko and other stuff like that, we'll go into this now. Big Mom's next. This is prime Big Mom and all that stuff. So you can say it's now. You can say it when she was younger. Big Mom is a threat. She is a Yonko. Her abilities, the Soul Pocus. So if any one of these people is remotely scared of her, she can take away all their life in one hit. And if she doesn't do that, she has a bunch of minions that can attack for you. She can manifest minions literally anywhere by just giving them souls that she's collected. And her 3 most dangerous weapons are Napoleon, her hatch, would make her a buccaneer with her sun ability that does the fire, and then Zeus that does purple lightning. And then you're fighting her too. So it kind of feels like when you're fighting Big Mom, you're never not fighting a group, which is unbelievably overwhelming for most people, which gives her her status. Now she has gotten a little rusty with her old age, same with Kaido, but if we're going off of her peak, if she could do all this and then not get these cravings and all that, then she's kind of nuts. Next is Kaido. I think Kaido goes here. Kaido is right above Big Mom, just a tad, but Kaido can like blitz like literally the whole One Piece verse with Thunder Bagia, and then he can turn into a dragon, and that alone can just mountain bust with their breath. But he can also pick up lightning with dragon clouds, or pick up islands with dragon clouds. So he's actually yeah. So he's actually kind of no. It's just a wind thing. Okay, look, the actual thing, the actual reason why he isn't like higher, even though he's like this series is like kind of thing, is because of the legends and stuff around the next set of characters. But understand this: he's definitely stronger than Big Mom, but not by much. And if anything, dude, I can't wait to see the crazy panel where it's Big Mom looking crazy right next to Kaido, Berserk. I literally have some Dragon Master Quest Joker thing I could literally show you guys where it's always the mad beast or the mad lady with the king of the beasts. They always do that. That's literally like some Japanese thing to put these two always together. And the fact that One Piece has done it just shows that these two are not the final people. I know what's to come. It's always evil. But I'll get to it later. But Kaido is here. The next set of people just eclipse him by so much lore and stuff that it just makes it ridiculous to say otherwise. So I think the closest one to Kaido is Rayleigh in his prime. Rayleigh could literally block Marco's abilities with one finger, like it was nothing. Like this dude didn't give a fuck, and he's right hand to literally the king of the pirates. He's literally like it's if we had an SS tier and we just put Goldie Roger here, and it's always like their partner is like a whole tier down. Even though I didn't do it with Luffy, even though it's like this, right? It would be that's why he's up here this high. But it's actually this dude in his old age can box Kizaru and hold him back. So he can hold back admirals at his age, and his prime is only going to be better than that. So you can only imagine that he can even push back Luffy Gear 4. So he's pushing back the main character's Gear 4 effortlessly as an old man, and he's effortlessly. Well, he kind of struggled a little bit with Kizaru, but like if you think about his prime, especially with some of these other characters, it just makes you think how strong really was he, and if it's second command of the best pirate there ever was, then he has to be. Really, he should just be second on this list, but I think their character's stronger than that. I don't think being king of the pirates means you're the strongest, per se. I just think that he definitely is stronger than the other Yonko. Because I think Yonko... I'll get to why I think the Yonko are so weak in a second, compared to some of these people. So this is Prime Shanks, too. But he's not next. Let me see. So, yeah, I think just slightly... Or, actually, I think under Rayleigh is actually Odin. I think Odin was stronger than Kaido then. He got off-guarded. And that's why I think Kaido wants to kill himself. I think Kaido was worried that Odin was going to win. So he drinks his sorrows away. Because and that's why he killed Orochi's mother. Because I think Odin was going to win there. If you think they're a tie, or if you think Kaido's slightly stronger, I don't care. I think Odin was stronger, and Odin was going to win their fight. Way back then. But unfortunately, he got off-guarded. This dude can cut mountains in half and everything like it's nothing, dude. This guy's built different. There's nothing more to say about him other than he's just absurdly strong. Okay. Next is... I'm gonna go with Shanks. I want to put some other people here, but I'm gonna go with Shanks probably. Hold on, Shanks or Whitebeard. Oh wait, no. Thematically, it's Whitebeard. Wait, hold on. How cracked is Shanks now? Shanks is pretty cracked now. I'm gonna say Whitebeard. Whitebeard's next. So Whitebeard has the power to destroy the world, but I'll literally tell you guys why I think he's here and why I think Shanks is probably going to be a stronger person than him. If you think Shanks isn't, and you think Shanks should be like right above Kaido or right under Big Mom, by all means, he's still Yonko level. So is Whitebeard. But I'll say this about Whitebeard: if this guy wanted to, and he had malicious intent, he could just destroy the world with the Quake Fruit. He could just do that. It's literally the power to destroy the world. But I'll say this: even with the Quake Fruit, he kind of went a little even with Odin until he used the powers. And then even after him gaining them, he wasn't close enough to Roger yet. He was the closest, but he wasn't. He couldn't quite do it. And then when I get into like why that's a big deal with Shanks and stuff like that, you'll understand why I think Whitebeard's only here. But he is one of the strongest in the verse, easily top 10. Same with some of these other guys, but let me get to the final couple of people, and then you guys can kind of look at the list yourselves and see what I'm saying. So this right here, I think now is the best time for Shanks, I think, to show up. So I'll do Shanks. Shanks is next. Shanks right now is kind of like bucking at the world government. He's like in front of these guys right now. And when Whitebeard went to do this whole thing with Blackbeard, he clanged the even with this is old Whitebeard now. This isn't prime, but he was clanging even with them then. There's been a 2-year time skip, so he's probably only gotten stronger. And then at that time, the same one that was clanging evenly with Whitebeard scared off Kaido from the war. And Kaido wants nothing but a war. So he's definitely tough enough to scare another S tier out of a war and then clang even with at least an older fatigued version of Whitebeard, which isn't his prime. But it only makes me think that this guy is the end for what Luffy has to overcome. He's stupid strong. And it's just hockey. He's one arm hockey, got a blade. That's all he's got. And with Conquerors, probably Adamant and Observation, it's just good enough to make him Yonko status. So it's that crazy. Like, just being on Whitebeard's ship, he was able to just, like, knock people out like it was nothing. And then Whitebeard's just like, yo, chill with the hockey. We get it. Next, above him, is going to be Abdect D whatever this guy's name is. I think he's next. So this is what I was talking about with lumping the 4 Yonko together. This guy was the captain to their ship, to Whitebeard's, Kaido's, and Big Mom's. So I actually think he's stronger than Shanks because he could tame all 3, where Shanks could only hold back really 2. And he's doing it all on his own as well. But you could say that maybe they're still growing a little bit. But the thing is too is just he's the captain. If anything, if at all we find out that Kaido, Big Mom, and even Whitebeard were remotely close to their prime while under his wing, then he could keep all 3 of them under control on that ruthless ship. So that we don't know much more than that, other than he was the captain of that crew. Okay, and then the next one, I'm gonna put him above him. I won't do it like that. I'll do it like this. I think Garp goes here. So Garp plus the next guy, which I'm just gonna put it right here so you guys can kind of see where the rest of it is gonna be. Garp and Goldie Roger beat that crew I was just talking about. And Garp only used like his bare hands. And then I'm gonna guess Goldie Roger just used his blade. But he's king of the pirates. This guy's a lone admiral, basically. Like I think at the time he was just still a rear admiral. But the fact that this rear admiral and Goldie Rogers were enough to hold back the captain of 3, soon to be Yonko, just goes to show how powerful these guys are. The thing is with a lot of these old heads is we don't know how strong Garp used to be. His hockey might be better. He still has it. And he still might be still disgusting strong. The only person he's ever really boxed with was Luffy, and he couldn't even find it himself to punch back. So he could have just completely held back and took a dive so that he didn't have to hurt his grandson, even though he could have. Which he's done on Water 7. He'll just chuck cannonballs with his bare hands just to be like, get out of here. And then there's not much to say about Goldie Roger other than he blitzed Odin like it was nothing, and Odin fought Prime Whitebeard at that time and at least clanged with him a little bit, and when he fought Goldie Roger, he was just like, whoa. He's like, this guy's another level. And Goldie Roger didn't even seem like he was trying. But he might just be smiling all the time, for all we know. And then for the final 3, I'm gonna put Blackbeard next. Now I know what you guys are thinking. Blackbeard ahead of Goldie Roger. What the fuck? The thing is just like Shanks, he's only been a Yonko for like 2 years. So he's kind of like just starting to dip in it. And the dude's just kind of chilling. So either he's missing some pieces of the puzzle or he's trying to take out, like he's plotting. Like the last thing we saw was Jesus Burgess, or Burgi at this guy's place. So he's probably trying to take out the revolutionaries first and then maybe even the government so that he can do whatever he wants. But right now it seems like he does have what he wants, which is like the paradise and all the power he wants. But the fact that he's a double devil fruit eater, he's got darkness and the ability to destroy the world, just makes it seem like Gold Roger has a sickness even in his prime. So even if his hockey's disgusting and you believe that he can one-tap Blackbeard, assuming this list isn't necessarily future-proof because the series is still ongoing, but assuming Blackbeard is actually that disgusting where he can take on Shanks or all these other people now, or he's going to grow to be the final foil for Luffy, he's stronger than Goldie Roger. But if you think otherwise, Blackbeard goes above Shanks. Or you can put Blackbeard just under Shanks because if you think he's still not prepared. But I think he goes here, especially since he's probably the final guy. And then for the last 2, it's a nude. We don't know anything about this guy other than he wants to take out Shirahoshi, which is literally the legendary weapon Pluto. Okay? Or not Pluto, or Poseidon. So he wants to kill her. He wants to kill Blackbeard, who's literally, even if you think he's down here, it's still a Yonko. And then he wants to kill Luffy, who right now is considered the 5th Yonko of the sea. So he's already like in his place, like, yo, guys, these guys, I guess. I want to kill these 3 people: Shirahoshi, the literal ancient weapon, the self-proclaimed, I guess, or the newspapers proclaimed 5th Yonko, and then the newest Yonko. And he doesn't seem remotely worried. If anything, it makes it seem like he calls the shot of the whole government. So he dictates at least all of the admirals, fleet and under. So if you think he's not as strong, if you think he's at least stronger than the admirals, then he goes here right next to Dragon. But I think just like Blackbeard, he's going to be a late game person that we're going to see later on. And then finally, I bet y'all didn't see this coming, but the guys at the top of my list are actually the Sea Beast. I don't know if you guys can tell there, but everybody's like an ant, and these things are colossal in size. This is like the ability that Shurihoshi can do. If she cries, these things the size of like literal island-sized creatures just show in hordes. Island horde-sized creatures just show. And even Goldie Roger could hear them talking to each other and he was just kind of like, who's talking out there or whatever. But he literally couldn't do anything about them. And then the scariest thing about them is they're underwater creatures. So let's just say you go to Fishman Island to try to fight these guys, you'll be overwhelmed with the ocean, which it's devil fruit users most of the time, so they'll just lose. But if you want to take critters out and you want to go with names, I think it's Nude. If you want to go with characters with actual on-screen lore, you could cheat out with Goldie Roger. And then if you want characters that have actually done more than just like a fight, like real fighters that we've seen, then it's just where we're at in the arc. It's between Odin and Kaido, and I think Odin wins. And that's the list, guys. We're finally done. What was that? 5-6 hours? Good. Maybe I'll finally get some clout around here after doing something like that. Oh my lord, dude. That was a long list. Here, hold on.
Dear God.
Hold on. I'd even do like a full view. For anybody that wasn't here for the earlier portions of the video, here's the full list. This is S tier, A. I could have spread them out a little bit better, but there's a lot of characters. It's E, F, G, H, I, and the weakest character I said was Toki. Toki is the girl that can like put you in the future, but she stays in the past, so it's kind of like